Okay. Hello. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Let me get started here. Okay. Okay. Hello. So we are going to be, I've been working on queries, upgrading my query system for the ECS, because I want exclusions and stuff like that. So I've been trying to get it working, making heavy use of AI for this one, because the variadic templated functions are kind of nasty. I'll be honest, they're quite nasty. They are beyond me. They are beyond my skills as a Jedi. Okay. All right, let's should we do the pinned YouTube Shorts message again? We'll see if that works. UE C++ game dev RPG Colony Sim procedural terrain. Well, let's do this. Procedural terrain. Okay. Pin message. Message is pinned. Okay. We good to go here? I think we're good to go here. Okay, let's continue with this, with these recent actors here. Did I not rewrite pinning twice? Can you have two pinned messages? Could solve the pestering. I mean, I don't mind it for the most part. It's just more so like it's an incredible social experiment to stream on YouTube Shorts programming, and just to see all the mouth breathers just come out of the woodwork, you know what I mean? Hi bro, what are you doing? I am doing Unreal Engine C++ game dev, working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. It started. Yeah, I know, right? I know. But it was so funny that, like, we were talking about that yesterday. We were talking about, like, how I was saying, like, everyone's like, why don't you just pin a message answering all the most asked questions? I was like, I have. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. And then someone came in, and then I was like, you know what? I'll pin one right now to show. So I pinned it, and then someone came in and goes, why don't you just pin a message answering these questions? I'm like, dude, I have. You didn't even see it. Oh, so crazy. So crazy. I need to rewrite like my for each in radius here. I didn't do that yet. I did not do that. Okay, so I'm gonna kick that one down the road for a second. Let's just, maybe we just comment this out for now. Let's comment this out for now. This is just to get the other one compiling first. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay, chunk processor, yeah. You don't use Unity? No. No, I don't. So I have this nice little query system where I can do a dot with all. And I can do a with none and a with optional, theoretically. Theoretically. But now I have to, like, change the syntax of everything. Sorry. Sorry. So yeah, we're just making those, we're making those updates right now. Hey mate, really love your stream and enjoy being part of your fan community. Hell yeah, welcome in. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh god, never mind. I regret that. I regret saying that. Don't welcome in. Be gone. Be gone. I'm not adding you on Discord. Nice try, hacker. Yeah, nice try. It's either a hacker or someone promoting their art or something. Looks cool. What are you using to code? This is JetBrains Writer. Yeah. Okay. Query dot with all dot for each. There we go. Okay, so come in here. I think we have to start here actually. Okay. The entity, yes. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be kind of a hot minute here. Is it hard to code? At first, yes. Different things have different levels of difficulty. Different code. Yeah, and all the continues need to turn into returns. Get that out of here. Oh, I got rid of all the consts. And I shouldn't have. There we go. That should be const as well. Print functions is all I know. Well, that's how it starts. Okay. Okay, yeah, we just got to go through and like I'm updating my query system for my ECS that I've been writing. And before I didn't have the ability to say like for entities that specifically do not have this piece of data. I didn't have that capability, but now I will because I have this nice little query syntax. You know, I can say dot with all, and then I can also say dot with none, or also with optional. So we'll see if that works here. We'll see if that works. What is the best beginner coding skill? The ability to find answers to your questions and ask the right questions. That is the best coding skill you can have. So it's a combination of asking the right question and finding the answer to your question. So a certain level of resourcefulness and initiative. Transform data, that should be location data. Okay, is that one good? Is that one good? I think we're good. Let's give it a new build. It's not gonna work. I just need to point out all the other processors that are broken. So I may fix them. Uh-oh. Okay, no, that's fine, Okay. Okay. Query. Dot, God, I can't even type, with all. Dot with all, dot for each. Okay, let's go through here and fix this. God, this one has so many types. There we go. Okay, and then change this one to entity. Non-const ref, we can delete all that now. Delete that, and we need to get rid of what, like one of these guys? Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay. What are we coding right now? I'm coding in updates to the query system of my ECS that I've written for my video game. My video game is an RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite. with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. And for part of that, I want to run the whole world, or at least as much as possible. Yesterday we worked on time slicing. We time sliced some of our processors, as well as we built in, what did we build? The proximity-based invocation of entities, because there are some entities that we just don't care to run, right? So we can make some performance improvements by not running them when an invoker is not around. Now there are certain entities that are going to be important, like my colonists, or the Colony Sim side of things. Those are important entities. We want those running at all times. We want those to turn on. We want those to turn on the other entities, basically, when they get near. We wrote that in yesterday, along with time slicing, which allows us to say, hey, I only want this processor to run, you know, to make sure every entity is updated at least once every 400 milliseconds or something, you know? So that's what we were working on yesterday. And now, after doing some of those updates, and I was trying to write in the invoker processor, which I did write in, and it's working. I realized that I need a much more expressive query system to get some more performance. Because I was doing a lot of iteration over entities that weren't invokers, because I couldn't say any entities without the invoker tag or whatever, you know. So I would like that ability. I would like that ability. Do 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 do. And we have the rare nested for each year. Okay, so we need to do the nested query, and this is the invoker processor that I was talking about. This is indeed the problem child. Okay. Yeah, the nesting is nasty. The nesting is nasty. Invoker entity. Invoker? I barely know her. I know. It hurts. It hurts to hear that, I know. Oh, but I can't break. I can't do a break. Interesting. Oh, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. I can't break out of the loop now. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Interesting. Oof. I'm gonna put a, let's comment that out. I'll need to come back out. I'll need to come back to that one. Just get it all compiling first. Okay. What does ampersand operator do? That is the logical and operator. It's for making sure that the condition on the left side and the condition on the right side evaluate to true before that line evaluating to true. Okay, I think this is our last one to update. I think this is the last one we have to update. Okay. Yeah, that's losing out on the ability to break out of that loop. I'm wondering if it'll actually be less performant because of that now. We'll have to think about that. We'll have to see. Okay, come back down here and just get rid of that guy. You know, this may come as a shock, but you can't just say a word with a question mark at the end of it and expect me to know what the question is. Get question mark? Are you asking if I use Git? Yes. Yes, I do use Git. Okay, let's rebuild there. Let's see. Is it only for PC? Yeah. I mean, I'm a solo dev, so I'm not even going to lie to myself and act like I have the capability of doing multi-platform at the moment. Where is this at? Where are you at? Ah, another one. Oh yeah, I didn't even fix this one. This one has not been fixed. Okay. Go back down here, get rid of that nasty little bracket. These do get a lot shorter though, because the, you know, grabbing the data itself is done outside of this. I think he wants you to send your GitHub or something. Yeah, just give me the source code. Give it. Like, no, I don't open source, like, my game like that. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Yay, compiled. Okay. Now, will it actually work? That's the question. That's the question. Are you using Git LFS? No, I'm kind of using the archaic shit for my assets. I just have like a Google Drive saving my my assets folder, and I have the assets excluded from Git. And then I have like local backups and stuff as well. If I was working with more than just myself, I would probably do something, either Perforce or LFS or something, you know. What kind of game are you making? I am making an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I have a very large world, about 15 kilometers large, all procedurally generated, and I want to run the entire world. So that's why I'm working on an ECS, which is just it's like a data-driven architecture to very efficiently run thousands and thousands and thousands of NPCs. And I can show the world real quick before we test the ECS here after the changes. Let's click play here and see what happens. Here's my procedural terrain. There it goes. It's kind of a boring scene. It's all flat. Not all the zones are like this. Private, welcome back. Yes, here. Can I have my foliage, please? Can my foliage please spawn? Please spawn foliage. I don't know why it's not gonna. It doesn't want to spawn the foliage at 0, 0 first. There we go. Thank you. How far am I into creating the game? I've been working on it for about 3 years, but it's a very large in scope game, so it's going to take me quite a while. But here's the world map. This is procedurally generated as well. Each color on here is like a different biome. I only have 2 different biomes at the moment, but we will have more. And so these will just be the different zones, and then the white dots are entrances into each zone, and then like the rest of it is going to be mountain. There's like mountain ranges around each zone, basically. And so these little white dots are like how you get from zone to zone. Right, but sometimes, you know, there's not always going to be a white dot or a zone entrance chunk, as I call it. And so you'll have to be creative about how you find a path to the other zone. You can build up. You can potentially build with some stairs. Now, if you have the resources, you can probably build up and over. Or you can do some destructible terrain, which does not work very well at the moment. But it does technically work. I know it doesn't look like that's deforming the terrain, but I promise you it is. Or sometimes you can find a procedurally generated cave that goes into the next zone. Just like that. Just like that. And this is my foresty biome. The other one was like my meadowsy biome. There's a nice big cave here. Nice big cave. which of course is also procedurally generated. And we're not generating, my chunk generation radius is turned down for testing. But there would be terrain chunks in those missing spaces there. Yeah, these are my caves. Eventually they'll have fun stuff spawned in them. You know, definitely some ore down here to get through. That'll facilitate some of the Colony Sim stuff. We got the noodle caves, you know, all that good stuff. Yeah, there's a little bit of the world. We can check out a different scene, hopefully get one that's a little more interesting. That was 7:18. Let's go 7:19. Okay, so here we have a little bit of different terrain noise. You can see how the different zones have different terrains, potentially. I think I have like 4 or 5 different sets of terrain noise parameters that do different generations. This is just like my flat plainsy biome, which is kind of boring. But you gotta just have some boring stuff to make the exciting stuff exciting, you know? And then this is my like spiky, craggy, rocky, a little too craggy. You know, the resolution is a little low on that, so I need to play with that noise a bit more, but... Damn, look at that giant-ass cave. That giant cave. And here's the world map for this one. That's cool. And each of these zones have different names. And so if you look up here, you can see the name of the zone that I'm hovering over. So, Blazewatch Crater, Pale Moon Glade, what do we have? The Outer Plains. What are some? Silverleaf Thicket, Burning Gulch, Paleheart Glades, Boreal Forest, Blood Shadow Refuge, the Howling Cliffs, Jade Mountains. And so those are all like AI generated names for the zones, but they're just like purely random. I don't give the AI any context for that. Eventually what I'll do is I'll actually be tagging everything that's like spawned into the zone. You know, what terrain noise is rendered in the zone, what points of interest are spawned in the zone, what mobs are in the zone, what NPCs are in the zone, what resources are in the zone, you know, what are its neighboring zones. And all that information will hopefully allow the AI to give it a very flavorful name. And then what I'll do is I'll use that for the AI quest generation as well. I'll pass that into the AI quest generator, which I'll see if I can show here in a second. I don't know, this is kind of a bad spawn. I bet he spawned like in the cave somewhere. Did he spawn? Yeah, we do have one. Where did he go? Where did that guy go? Wait, what? Okay, I don't think he spawned. Okay, now I've got one. Now I've got one spawned somewhere. No, I don't. Okay, we're gonna try a new seed. We're gonna try a new seed. One that has an actual spawn. 720. Is this Roblox? No, it is not. So here's like some... Oh, this is nice. There's 3 different textures here. And I was just playing. You can see I don't blend them at all. So yeah, need to do that for sure. But I was just playing around with some different textures for different zones here. So again, this is the meadows. The meadows biome here. With just some red texture. But yeah, let's do a spawn here. Okay, I spawned a guy. Please respond. Oh, I bet the you know what? I bet the ECS is not working. I bet it's not working. Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it. Let me open up the vlogger. Yeah, I don't think it's not running. Usually I get some logs in here for the entity. So yeah, that's not running or working. That's what we're working on today. What engine is this? Well, check out the pinned comment where it says UE C++. Yeah, these are all free for the month assets. These are all placeholder, like this is not what the game will look like in its final stage. Assets cost money. And I don't have that. How much experience do you have with Unreal? Well, I've been working in Unreal the same amount of time that I've been working on this project, which is about 3 years, almost 3 years now. See, here's the... Oh, I'm on an island. Nice. There are no commands. There are no commands in this channel. welcome in. Is there, you can type a command and then maybe I'll respond accordingly. How about that? What was I doing before this? I mean, this is just hobby free time stuff. So it's not like I didn't quit my job to work on this or anything. I still have my job. Got hired last week as a junior game dev. Nice. Congrats. Internet was ChatGPT copy paste. I fucked. I was laughing yesterday at you for not using ChatGPT. I got lied by society. I'll learn, never surrender, do or die. Okay, I had trouble following what you were saying there, but congrats on the job. Put a dragon. Okay. Welcome in, Mart. I faked being a C++ developer, and you got hired. Wow. That's incredible. And you were laughing at me for not using ChatGPT? ChatGPT is for normies, though. Like, I kind of deserve that. Here's a nice little seat here. This one's nice. Movement feels solid. Nice. Yeah, it's the ALS C++ refactored plugin that I've done a little bit of work on to modify, slightly modify. I have dynamic tree chopping as well, so like I can actually, whoa, sorry, bumped the mouse there. Oh Jesus. What I can do is I actually modify the meshes at runtime, which is something not a whole lot of games do. But thanks to the geometry script plugin, you can just like straight up modify meshes at runtime. So, like I got some wood in my inventory for that, basic wood. Then I can continue chopping the tree down. There you go. Boop. I can probably keep doing it. Sounds just like in WoW. Yeah, I'm borrowing some WoW sounds. I am borrowing some WoW sounds. Are you game dev in a company and also working on this project? No, I do not work in the game industry. In the game dev industry. There is no mobile game that has dynamic tree chopping. I've actually never seen a game do it before. And this game is could not run on a phone. The things that I'm maybe you don't understand exactly what is required to procedurally generate terrain like this, but it is not something that is capable of running on a phone. Nor is my ECS system that can spawn and run thousands and thousands of entities. So these are not mobile mechanics by any means. But the animation is shit. That is. I'm not an animator, so that's me trying to make my own animation, and it looks awful. So yeah, definitely have to pick some of that up. Ignore my floating mushrooms as well. Ignore those. Need to fix that. Come on. So yeah, it's a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I would show some of the Colony Sim and the AI-generated quests off, but I am in the middle of working. I'm in the middle of working on my ECS system. I just refactored some of my querying, which I think is not working. We haven't tested it yet. We haven't tested it yet. So why am I doing this project? You know, people can do things just because they enjoy it, right? They don't need to get paid to do something that they enjoy, right? This is just fun for me. I enjoy doing this. I don't need money to do what I love. So yeah. And I think if you're doing game dev for money, you're in the wrong profession, because as a game dev, you get paid less than just doing web dev. Web devs, which is way easier, you get paid much more than a game dev. So making games is never for the money. Make dungeons. Oh god, it's Mart. It's Mart. He made a new account and named it MeHarp. Yeah, that's smart for sure. How are you saving all this player data? What player data? There's not that much player data. I mean, I have some serialization. Save game. Which I haven't tested that in a while, but... Are you a web dev? I am just a software engineer. I do many kinds of development. We understand you're doing this as a hobby, but how do you afford the bread? I have a job. Yeah. I have a job that pays more than any game dev job would give me. Are you planning to publish a demo version? Maybe. Pretty far from that decision though. So, like I said, all these assets are placeholders, so we've got pretty far. We've got a pretty far to go here. What's the game name? It's called My Project. Called My Project. Honestly, I probably won't announce the game name, even when I do come up with one, until I have like a Steam page for it or something. Because like that's the next question, right? What's the game name? Can I wishlist it? Or whatever, right? So I don't think there's any reason for me to say the game name until you can actually do something with that name. Like wishlist. I am a software engineer in some company, yes. Not everything is about money. Learn to love a sense of pride. Exactly. Not everything is about money. Not everything is about money. Well, the reminding, yes. Yes. It's sort of working at the moment. It's kind of shitty right now. Sometimes it... There you go. There you go. There's the deformable terrain. That technically deformed the terrain at runtime. It's not useful. It's in a terrible shape. And it's not textured. and it creates so many vertices that are just not necessary. Look at all those vertices it created compared to the resolution of the terrain. Like, yeah, that's too many. So yeah, it was just kind of a proof of concept to see if I could do it, and I can. So I need to do some more work there. Name it Lead and Ring 3. Okay, yes. MeHarp, who is making demands of me exactly like Mart would do. I think you're Mart. Are you Mart? Just be honest. It's okay. If you're Mart, I'm happy to see you again, because I haven't seen Mart in a while. This will not run on mobile. This is not a mobile game. But yeah, so what I hope for the flow of the game, I'm picturing something in my head like Vanilla WoW plus RimWorld plus Hades, with maybe a little bit of, you know, Minecraft, Valheim, Legend of Zelda mixed in there. You know, I do wanna have some procedural points of interest and some procedural dungeons and stuff to run through and collect loot from. But what I'm picturing is, you know, when you create a character, you'll pick a class. There'll be some unique classes, and all of them will have unique abilities. Lots of abilities to choose from, right? Not one of those games where it's like 4 abilities and an ultimate, you know? It's not my cup of tea. But you'll pick a class, you'll spawn into a world, the world will be, you know, seeded random, so deterministically random, just like something like Minecraft or Valheim, where you could input a seed when you create a world. And as you level up through the world, every few levels, you'll get like a choice from like 3 random abilities from your class, unique to your class. And you'll start to create a build as you level up. And then you'll have talents as well that'll augment your abilities. But you'll need to, these will be static, so you'll need to pick talents that complement your abilities that you've chosen, right? And when you die, you'll start over at level 1. You will start over at level 1, but anything that you did in the world will still like persist, right? The world state will persist through death, and so any like colonies that you've built, any colonists that you've recruited will still be there, but your base can get raided, right? So when you die and you come back, maybe you might your base might have been raided, right? Or if it didn't get raided and your colonists are all still alive, you know, maybe you recruited a really good blacksmith or crafter or something last run that can make you better gear than you would have had last time. So there's a little bit of meta progression there, right? So all the features that are missing in our favorite games. I don't know. I feel like every feature I said is existing in some game out there. Is the world infinite? It could be. It could. I am purposefully not making it infinite. Because, like I was saying, I want to run the whole world. So, like, if you build a colony here, and then you run all the way over here, and it's a big map, right? So each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so on that map, let's see where we're at. 1, 2, 3. So we're about a 4 or 5 chunk radius here. So that's about this big, right? I'm only generating this big of a radius on the map right now. And so if you build a colony here and you run like all the way over here, I still want your colony to be running. And like if you send some guys out to the forest to chop trees, they're still gonna have to run over there and chop those trees, just like they would if you were there. And if there's any wolves or bandits in that forest, they will get attacked. They will get attacked, and they could die. So hopefully that makes the world feel really alive. There'll be some NPC ran colonies as well that you can interact with that create different factions and stuff like that. A little bit of politicking, perhaps. A little bit of trading, a little bit of warmongering, a little bit of slavery, maybe even. Sending the children to the mines. We'll definitely need to do something with children in mines. I think it's because they yearn for the mines. They do. We know this. The children do yearn for the mines. Children do yearn for the mines. What should I do next? My brother, I can't tell you what to do next. Keep going. Whatever you are interested in doing, just keep going. Did you make the textures yourself? No, I'm terrible at rendering and art, so all of the visuals came from elsewhere. So Rust with Infinite World. So Rust is not a colony simulator. So no, not Rust. It's also not first person, which I think Rust is first person, right? I've actually never played Rust. But the world is not infinite, but I've capped it to this screen. And that's just because I want to run the whole world, so I have to cap it at some point. I don't think you need an infinite world, like that's not that interesting, actually. This world is massive already. I think you're gonna get bored well before you reach the edge. So it does not need to be infinite. Is it more like a strategy adventure game? It is a RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite. So picture something like Skyrim plus, I don't know, what Colony Sim have people played? Like RimWorld is one of my all-time favorite games. It's a colony sim, but I think a lot of people haven't played that. But like a colony, like a, I don't know, it's like fucking Skyrim plus fucking Minecraft plus fucking some colony simulator. So like you're running and managing a colony, you're recruiting NPCs as colonists. They have levels, they have skill levels, they have different moods and personalities, like they'll get upset if they don't have a bed to sleep in and stuff like that. They'll have mental breaks, they'll get raided by other colonists, there'll be relationships between entities, you know, like if their brother dies, you know, they'll be upset and have a mental break or something, you know. Kenshi, if you guys have played Kenshi, yeah, that's, I haven't played it, but I know it's very similar in game design principles as RimWorld, so yeah, that could be an example there. Just got here. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you. And I hope you do as well. So why not just make it round like our planets? You understand that I would have to code that in, right? Like that would be difficult. Like that would be more. That would require to do more, not less. You said it like it would be easier to do that, but it's not. It was much harder to do it that way. And what would that give me? Nothing. That would do absolutely nothing for the game design or the gameplay. Why procedurally generated if not infinite? Why are those two things mutual? If it's not infinite, why is it procedurally generated? I mean, why does it need to be infinite? If it's like, I think the onus of that proving that is on you. Like, why do you need it to be infinite if it's procedural? Like, you can create any number of worlds. Like, I understand Minecraft is infinite and also procedural, but like, no one ever uses like Minecraft as like, I know we all have just ran in a direction for a while, but like, it's not necessary to have an infinite world. Like, you have to fill the world with interesting things, right? So there's no point in it being infinite. And like I said, I want to run the entire world, so that's very not like Minecraft. Minecraft does not do that. Thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome in. Is this your game? Yep, this is my game. This is my game. But like running the whole world, like there is an overhead to that, especially with procedural generation, like storing the terrain in memory. Like it's going to take up a lot of memory. So I can't just let it be infinite, because then players could potentially generate more than their computers can handle. Right. Man, YouTube comments are wild. Yeah, they are. Welcome in, Draconin. Welcome in. How was your weekend? Hope it was well. Mine's been going well. We got a lot done yesterday. Let's get back to work here. Let's get back to work. I just made some changes to the query system for my ECS, so that's probably not working at the moment. This is Unreal Engine, as stated in the pinned comment. Maybe I made a mistake. Can I edit my pinned comment? No, I can't. I made a mistake by abbreviating Unreal Engine. I thought people would get that, but I guess not. Yeah, so we're not running at the moment. We are not running. Let me go to the spawner. Spawner, barely know her. Okay. Hello, please. Where is my freaking spawner, man? Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, so that shouldn't have changed. It's literally just the query system. So I'll have to start debugging here. We will have to start debugging. Well, let's put a breakpoint there. Okay, so we do get here. You could have designed a single world with interesting things, gives you full control of the world, makes it more personalized. Well, I'm one person. I am one person, and I am not an artist. I'm a programmer. So I have to lean into my strengths as a programmer, which means procedural generation, which also saves me time as well. I'm also going for a high level of replayability. That's one of my core, like, kind of tenets of the game. So that's why I'm doing procedural generation, right? I think it'll make each playthrough very different and very fun, and give it a lot of replayability. Which is why we all love replaying things like Valheim, or Minecraft, or RimWorld. All of them have procedural generation in it. Valheim is not an infinite world, nor is RimWorld, but they are both procedurally generated, and that both aspects of procedural generation in those games adds a lot to the game and adds a lot to the replayability. So there are very many reasons to use procedural generation if it's not infinite. What main plugins are you using here? Mass, PCG, Gas. So I tried Mass, didn't like it. Writing my own ECS. So I'm using my own ECS. PCG, I heavily utilize PCG. Wrote a lot of my own nodes for it though. So my PCG doesn't rely on collision at all. It just uses raw triangle vertex data output from my terrain generation compute shaders. Gas, I do use Gas. I do use the gameplay ability system, but I will be rewriting that because it's not as performant as I need it to be. So I'll be rewriting that into my ECS system. Minecraft has so many structures above and underground and has so much substance in it, but it's a sandbox, so the overhead of storing all that has been recorded is low. Doing that for Unreal Engine is hard. I mean, just doing that in general is hard, right? Like, Minecraft is an impressive game. It doesn't matter what engine it's in, it's going to be hard, but they don't store things. Like, they only store the diffs, right? Is the size of biomes limited? Like, there's a theoretical, there's not like a hard limit on it. There is a theoretical limit. Well, actually, no, there's no limit. So what I do for the world map generation is, like, I do a Voronoi algorithm, and I just iterate through each cell on the Voronoi diagram and assign a color to it, and then I just let those colors connect to each other, and then that just forms the biome shape. So there could be a biome that, like, extends through the entire world. It's possible. Just want to know what you're doing and if I can see as well. Well, we're debugging right now. I'm debugging and answering questions right now. What's, let me see here. We're on process entity chunks. Let me go to the chunk processor. Let me open up the chunky boy here. Does this function actually get called? I don't think we actually call the function. It's not working. Yeah, so this does have data in it and stuff. We're not actually. Let me try the other way. Let's try this. We're gonna do that way and see what happens here. It just changed it. How many biomes are you adding actually? So I want to make my biomes a little bit more dynamic and not just like so static like, you know, the other procedural games have. I'm thinking Valheim and Minecraft are in my head when I think about them. And like, you know, the jungle biome or the desert biome, it always has the same stuff in it, right? Same mobs, the same resources, the same points of interest. I want mine to be a little bit more dynamic, to where like, you know, the forest biome is still foresty. The vibe is still the same, but there can potentially be different mobs in the forest biome, different points of interest, different resources. So how many biomes will I have actually? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, yeah, still not actually calling the function. And we still get here, right? Yeah, so we're still not actually calling the function. Why is that? Entity subsystem base process. Oh, are we still doing, is that this one actually? Yes, it is. It is. Okay, so we do call this one with all. Oh, I wonder if that's working because we're not doing const ref here. So if I do const ref, is that the mistake I made? I think that might have been the mistake I made. Use it anyway, get rid of that, yeah. Okay, we're gonna run live coding on that. And if this stops running, if I don't hit this breakpoint anymore, then I know, okay, sorry, that was a bad example, Live coding succeeded. Okay, yeah, see, we're not hitting the breakpoint. So that was my mistake. So I gotta go through here, and take off all the const refs on all the withals here. Dot with all, there we go. So yeah, this is, this makes it actually a little cleaner. This actually makes it a little cleaner, which I'm happy with. This is a quite boring work, though, I must say. Okay, those are all looking good. Boom. Boom. Whoops. Okay, let's do that. Ah, shit. I keep hitting escape. I shouldn't do that. Are you creating your own custom world? Well, it's procedurally generated, so in that way, yes. But I'm not like hand making it, no. Okay, so this is some updates to the query system of my ECS, allowing me to have more expressive queries. Before I was just able to say, give me data, or give me all the entities that have all of the data here. But now I can say, give me any entities that don't have a specific piece of data, which allows me to do some more effective querying, a little bit more efficient. Okay, so I think that was all of them. So let's rebuild that. Let's rebuild that. Yeah, are you going to add lore or Easter eggs later in development? Lore for sure, yes. Easter eggs, you know, those will just kind of, those are extra work and added little bonuses. So maybe, maybe not. We'll see. What will be the main goal of the game? Well, it's going to be sandboxy. So it's like asking, what is the main goal of Minecraft, right? Like, there's not really a main goal. The main goal is to have fun. So you could say the Ender Dragon is the main goal, but I would actually argue that that's not really. I mean, I'll have something like that, you know, but it's going to be sandboxy, you know, going to be more sandboxy. Okay, there we go. And it's working. Yay. Which is a favorite feature of my game. I really love the procedural terrain generation. I worked really hard on it. I wrote like compute shaders. I wrote some compute shaders for the first time in my life using shader language, which was very difficult. the marching cubes, the custom marching cubes compute shader I had to write was pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly. Okay, so what is my performance like here? The performance is quite awful now. So let's trace that for a little bit. Have you worked for 7 years at Blizzard? No, I haven't. And my dad hasn't either. Okay, what's going on here? The invoker processor is now horrible. It now runs horribly. So let's rewrite this bad boy. Honestly, I would like, let's do apply after instead of that one. See if that works. Okay, so yeah, I can no longer early break out of this, so it's actually not very performant. It's not very performant. What do I want to do about this? So we are iterating over every entity with a location, and then doing a nested loop for any invokers. Any invokers. And then what, so I have this new query system. What do I want to do with it, right? That's the question here. That's the question here. And so I could iterate over each invoker. I could start the outer loop with each invoker and then iterate over every entity without an invoker. That is what, not simulated? That would be not without. Well, I have to turn them off too. That's the thing. So doing the outer loop is all entities and then checking for the nearest invoker. Yeah, because now this is iterating over every invoker and I can't, the break actually was doing a lot for me there. That break was providing a lot of performance. With all... Now, I was hoping to do the spatial query as well, which I need to rewrite as a part of this system. Wait, what can I actually do here? Because that actually kind of fucks me over, not having that, not being able to break out of this. So for each entity, iterate over each invoker, check if it's within distance. So I could do dot with none f invoker entity data. That, let's see if that actually works. That could help me there. Because it's like we don't need to iterate over invokers because they should always be running, right? Although they might not turn on now. They might not turn on now. So I might just be stuck still, but there's probably a different treatment I can do for that. I should probably just add the simulating tag when they spawn. Because like if you're an invoker, you should always be running, basically. I get that this is a passion project, but are you going to later commercialize it? Maybe one day. Ask me again in 5 years. So before GTA 6 comes out, I'll have an answer for you. I know. The jokes are so good. Oh yeah, they're not even spawning. They're not even spawning. Our invokers are not spawning. Well, that's going to save on performance, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, it will. Okay. So to get a much better test, probably in the init entity processor, if we can do something like, I guess this is where the with optional simulating. Yeah, well, if it's not simulating, we should still initialize it, I think. I would think. Because it's not going to have the simulating tag yet. I mean, I guess I could do this as a part of the spawner. My entity spawner. Yeah, so I can say something like if prop value get pointer, and this is a f invoker entity data, and then we can just add in the f simulating tag. How many different NPCs do I have? Like how many can I run, or just like how many? I only have like one NPC at the moment. Oh, it has to be an instance struct. Oh no, we have the templated version too, don't we? Why isn't it? Oh, duh. Do this. We need to do this. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we're just trying to get an accurate performance test here. Look at that dolphin. That's a crazy fucking dolphin right there. Kind of wordy. Kind of wordy. Okay, so there we go. So now they're spawning. Now the green guys are spawning. Okay, what's our performance like? Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Okay, yeah, the performance is a bit better now. A bit better now. Okay. Yeah, it's still, I still actually think this change was worse. I think this change was worse because I can't break out of the loop. Yeah, that's very long. Because before it was like 2 milliseconds. Yeah, so that's actually longer, and it's solely because I can't break from the loop. But this is like the worst case scenario. Like there's never going to be 2,000 entities all in one location in the game. If should add. Maybe I should just do a run through and check all my other processors and make sure they didn't degrade too much. In this new system, the new query system. So let's give me that. Yeah, we need to do a full comparison here. So we'll pop that off there. And then give me one from like yesterday. Okay, so we need to do a comparison here. How long have you been coding? Oh, since I was 16, so 14 years now. Always impresses me how someone can just code without constantly checking Google and or AI. Yeah, I mean, I Googled relentlessly when I first started. I probably copy and pasted code for like 2 years before I actually started writing it on my own. But yeah, you just kind of, you pick it up. You pick it up after. It's really like after you've learned multiple frameworks or multiple languages or something, you just kind of start to, it just kind of starts to snap together. So 6.7 on the move to processor, and now it's 10. Was this 2K entities? Entity representation 5.3, 5.1. So that actually got a little bit faster. Invoker is going to be a bad example. State tree. Wow, state tree was running so. Was this 2,000? I don't know if that was 2,000. State tree is like twice as much. Aggro radius. That one's not gonna be turned on. ISM 1.2. 2.2. LOD, chunk, aggro. Those are all like super fast. Yeah, so let me check a different one from yesterday. Let me check a different one from yesterday. I don't remember which. Some of these tests might not be. Might not be the same here. Move to, yeah. I think my iteration speed actually got a little worse here. Let me dig in here a little bit closer. Velocity processor probably. I need one. Process entities loop. Okay. I mean, it's still pretty tight. Like, it's not like there's not that much time in between each inner loop. Let me look at the representation processor. Yeah, so it is tightly, like, there's not that much overhead to the actual query part. I wonder if it's just because I'm extracting the data up front, and that's why it's taking a little bit longer, and like the cache locality is a little bit less. Although the representation processor was one that was actually slightly faster this time. Process entity chunks. Let's compare that one real quick. Before that was like 0.38. So those are largely the same. Some of these are like suspiciously longer. All right. Yeah, so the state tree processor worries me a bit. That one worries me. The move to process. Did I look at velocity processor? I don't know if I looked at velocity processor. Where is velocity processor here? Where is it? Wait, what? The velocity processor wasn't running there. Okay, hang on. Let's grab a different one. I guess they weren't moving. Grab that one. It didn't run there either. What the heck? Yeah, what was I doing in those ones? Maybe those weren't applicable. Is this the one I was just checking? There we go. Now the velocity processor is running. Move to. Okay, this is a better comparison. Let's look at these ones. Velocity processor 17.9, 17.2. Aggro radius isn't even running basically. I commented some of it out, so we're not going to compare that one. Move to was 10. Move to was 10. Okay, yeah, so we're about the same then. So I was doing a lot of different tests yesterday, so not all of them were one-to-one comparisons. State tree 10.3, state tree 10.8. Yeah, we're good, we're good. ISM 2.1 compared to 2.2. Yeah, okay, so we're good. Well, like, we didn't really degrade performance on anything. Okay, so that's good. That's good. But we need to figure out what to do with this invoker processor. So before I was able to break out of the loop when we found one, which I guess that's just really good for this scenario. You know what I want to do? Let's do the scenario where we spawn them all over the world. So they're actually a little bit... Well, no, we're not doing the spatial query at all. We're not doing the spatial query. Let's rewrite... I guess maybe let's rewrite the spatial query. So yeah, I need a for each in radius now. Template, type name, void for each in radius. And you know what? Maybe I could return a Boolean here to break. That might be a nice way to get that functionality back without having to, you know, make a different function signature or something. For each erase. Hello. Do you know why a data asset wouldn't show up in the create asset dropdown on a soft object pointer primary data asset? Can you do that? Can you do soft object pointer on a data asset? Because that actually is something that's possible. That might just not be possible. Because data assets are like singletons, right? Well, I think you might just have to do data asset pointer, and then if you're trying to like, if you're trying to break apart references, you might have to use soft object pointers inside of the data asset, if that's what you're doing. I did apply for Blizzard at one point. That was a long ago, though. That was long ago. Okay, so let me, I'm actually going to put this, let's put you over there for a second. I need to look back at my for each in radius that I was doing, using the yieldy source code here. And you know what, let's just copy it. Copy pasta here. Now the function signature should be the same. You just need this needs to be f query builder instead. Scope name, origin, radius, function. Yeah, that's all the same. Why are you mad? Query builder has no... Oh, because there's no type thing here? Yeah. Just a mutex. We're going to get rid of that for now. What are you coding? We're working on a video game. I'm making some updates to my ECS system. Or my RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game. Okay. So let's scoot you down here. Chunks to check. Yeah, so that's basically going to be the same. And then can I just do a... I think I have to copy everything in here. God damn it. There's so much in here, and it's like the most disgusting variadic template meta programming that you've ever seen. It's like horrible looking code, so that means it's really performant. Okay, let me grab that type def too. Where did I put that? There we go. Grab that. Chunk size. That's okay. Spatial grid. We need to put that there. Okay, so this more or less resolves, but we need to change it substantially, basically. Because then I need to do basically Potentially matching entities. I think actually most of this can stay the same. It would be nice to pop some of this out into a function. This is for each archetype in matching archetypes. Find archetypes for query description. So we need to use that essentially down here. Chunk entities by archetype. So matching archetypes, required components query. We're not going to use that anymore. Required types. So we're going to do matching. And what did I do up here with that? For each archetype, get arguments for index. God damn, what am I doing here? Okay, so that just handles doing it. So it's really like if I could extract this part out, that would be great. If I could extract this out, that would be great. But I would need targs, which is, am I defining that? I am defining that on the argument generator. So that would be the t-type argument tuple type, which is derived from the lambda traits. Interesting. Okay. So I think, okay, let's try and pop this into a function and see how it goes. I'm not super confident. What do I even call this? This is, get arguments for index. I mean, maybe I just put this lambda in a function. The argument generator, or rather the get arguments. There we go. So if I were to put this, just define that right there, I would need to pass in the archetype and the argument tuple type. So I would need to, can you template you can template a lambda, right? I've done that before somewhere. I hope. How do you template a lambda? There it is. Okay, you put it after the capture args. That makes sense. So I'd have to template argument. How do I fucking spell? Do you guys know how to spell? I don't. Mr. Oreo. Okay. Template that. What do I have to do? Like type name or whatever. Type name? Yeah. Argument tuple type, and then we'll need to pass in the archetype as well. F archetype pointer archetype. Okay, so that kind of resolves, right? Component arrays, member is inaccessible. We'll fix that. Get arguments for index now goes there, except we need to pass in argument tuple type and archetype. It didn't like that at all. It did not like that at all. Argument tuple type does not name a value. Is it, how do I... Is it template? No. I mean, I think this maybe needs to be a templated... I also should not be passing by ref here. I should not be trying to capture ref. Let's try to put this into a template function real quick. Give me this. Pop, lock, and drop that here. We'll go void. We need to template type name argument tuple type. There we go. So we can get rid of that now. Do it like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so generate the definition for that. Very good. And then we can take that and put it over there. Not that, actually. Not that. Where'd it go? This. We'll take it and put it over there. We'll move this little comment down too. Move it on down. Move it down. There we go. Right there. Okay. Now you resolve. It's a lot. That's a lot nicer. And then the get arguments for index. Oh yeah, you need to return something actually. Shit. Okay. What are we returning here? What type is this? Oh Jesus. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna I don't know if that's gonna resolve. I don't know if that's gonna resolve. T-args. T-args. I need that somewhere, I guess. Where did I do that at? I had to define that like somewhere, right? T-type. What is fucking T-args? Is it argument tuple type? Is that what we return there? For each in radius. I kind of want to... We should comment that out, actually. Let's just comment out the body of this function. We can see if this still works. Get arguments for index. Does that actually... I'm going to be impressed with myself if that actually compiles. No. Okay. I was going to say, that's not... that doesn't sound right. Fuck, I wish I left it in its original incarnation. I would have liked to have seen what it should return. Although, maybe I can figure it out. We're returning argument generator. Type name T-args. T-type argument tuple type. Okay, so I think this is what I should put in here. T-type argument tuple type. Maybe it should be this. Is that better? No, it's not. Well, T-tuple argument tuple type. What is the return type? I wish I could just say, like, just return whatever. Argument generator, passing in T-type, T-tuple, T-args. How do you know if it fixes the problem or not? When it compiles. When the boo-boos go away. Argument generator. And it's just inferring the TR type here. Just T-type argument tuple type. Which I thought is what you would want to return. T-type, T-tuple, T-args. Inferring what T-args is. I had that though. Is it just... T-tuple, T-args maybe? Well, T-args needs to be type deft. Oh, Jesus. What a mess I've made here. Maybe it was better to leave that as a lambda. And what have I done here? Wait, what the hell is this doing? This is basically a for loop over the types. We're checking the types. But how do I use the output here? I guess we're just like editing, we're modifying the description. Do I actually need that part? Okay, hang on. I gotta go back. We gotta slap the undo button. I gotta go back to our original state that was actually working. Yeah, put it. Oh no! Oh no! My Control Z doesn't go all the way back. Oh dear. Okay. No worries. No worries. Have no fear. Have no fear. I mean, this should have gone in here at some point. Get arguments for index. Where did I put that? Okay, we need to redo now. Oh no, did I lose the redo? Shit. Okay, we got to go back into Git history. We got to go back into Git in the there's a file local history. That's what I want. Okay. Let's go back to let's see, what time is it? Let's go back to like 9:07. How did I learn to use templates like this? See, the thing is, I am learning as we speak. I am not, this is why I'm failing to write this function. This is after I moved it. Okay, okay. Let me look here. So this like, this is what I originally had. So let me grab that. I was trying to like put this into a reusable function. But it wasn't working. Okay, so get arguments for index. That does return like a tuple. It has to return a tuple type. So let me like t-tuple. I'll try to like make it specify it and see if it works. It has to return a t-tuple. It returns whatever this does, which is a t-type t-tuple t-args. Is it just t-tuple t-args? Dot, dot, dot. Oh god. Well no, because t-args is type def there. So it's like whatever is passed into here, which is just t-type argument tuple type. Call it with a wrapper, which is always legal. Yeah, why do I do that? There's no way that resolves, right? Where... Let's comment this out for a moment. Comment that out and comment the innards of the for each in radius. Does this compile? No, the trailing declaration does not match. Is not a member of T-type. Right, it needs to be a tuple. It needs to be a tuple. Is it T-tuple of T-type? I thought I had that. Oh, no, it's not. Cannot return from to T-tuple, T-type, T-argument type. So it's like I have to grab the, like, inferred shit. I've been coding for many, many years. But I thought argument tuple type was like... That is the... T-tuple T-args. I don't know how to do this, man. Spread it? Or just do this? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I mean, I might just cut... Like, I wanted to just make a reusable function here, but, like... I don't even know what the hell this returns, actually. But you return a t-tuple of t-args ... But that is a... Like, that's a template that only exists inside this. The t-args is this type. So I would have thought that this would be valid, but it's not. It's not valid. Yeah, this might not be possible to put in a reusable function, which is kind of annoying. So our code is just going to get really uggo, is essentially the deal here. So that should compile. Okay, yeah, that now we're back to compiling. Now we're back to compiling. Get rid of that query helpers, we don't need that. Okay, so we're just gonna have to The editor theme is Darkula. But we're just gonna have to copy pasta most of this, just to make progress, which is frustrating. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. Dark, but is it Gerv box? I have no idea what you're talking about now. Okay. I don't know if I'm kind of curious if I need this or not. So I want to copy that out real quick. Comment that out and I'll copy it out. Yeah, that seems to compile fine. So yeah, I don't think I need that. I say as we don't... No, we do. Okay, we compile. Nice. Yeah, let me get that out of here. I'm going to keep it around, but we're going to do one of these boys right there. Keep it around, but hide it from view. But yeah, we need to like copy everything, basically. Copy everything. Copy that. Roger. Can Unreal Engine get out of my face, please, for a second? So we go through all of that. Yeah, so we're gonna copy there. Copy there, but then I need to do the... Do we iterate over chunks first? And then archetype? I think so. I need to grab this, and we're going to put this outside of here. Then I'll need to add 2 braces at the bottom. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, back to this. Does this compile now? And I just need to call function with potentially matching entities here. We're not doing anything with the chunk. Right. As all components, true. Ugh, God, this is going to be kind of a pain, actually. I need to put this in here. Add another brush. The nesting is going to be so gnarly here. Okay, give me more space. So we have the pair. And I guess I can just say, like, if is matching archetypes, it's an array. Does archetype have equality operators on it? Probably not. No, it doesn't. Okay. It's like we're gonna have matching archetypes. Yeah, I would love to have done that. Would love to have done that. really just like, maybe I need to do, I think I need to do archetypes first. Or maybe find archetypes or query description. I could just add an equality operator on it real quick and just hash all of the data types, all the component types that it has. The data type IDs, which wouldn't be too bad. Wouldn't be too bad. And it would just be something like, if matching archetypes contains pair dots key. We'll just put like an early out here. A guard for if it doesn't contain the matching archetypes. Or if it's not contained within. And I don't want to do entities here. I guess that means I would need to find. Yeah, so I would need to do this. Find, no. We would do pair.value here. So that we only get the entities in the array. In the indices, in this spatial data chunk. This is disgusting. I just want to say how disgusting this code is. Disgusting. Okay. Potentially okay, but I forgot we call it with like a completely different signature. Call it with a completely different signature. Okay, so that's going to be a whole thing as well. Okay, so here's where I'm using it. Uncomment that. For each in radius, and then I have a certain query, a certain description. To query with. What do I want to, what do I do with this? And so archetypes here is what gets passed in. And then maybe I think maybe I'm making this too complicated. I think I'm maybe making it a little bit too complicated. I don't need to do all of this in here, right? I don't need to do all of that. I think what I do here, because this is all about extracting the arguments. Yeah, I don't even need to iterate over matching archetypes, I don't think. I think I do this. Get rid of all that. I'm going to directly call the function with potentially matching entities, which I have not populated. So wait, we do this here. Potentially matching entities add. Yeah. Yeah. And we can do that. I think that's right. Okay, iterate over the chunk cores is my old code. So iterate over the spatial data grid for each chunk in the spatial grid, for each pair of entity and indices, or for each archetype and indices of that archetype that are in the spatial grid. This was just checking the required types, and then we would, we're appending the indices. So yeah, grab this. So yeah, find or add the archetype key. Yeah, okay. So I think that's good, question mark. Let's see if that compile. Well, no, I gotta change all the, gotta change this signature here. So we need to do query with all, delete those. And then for each in radius. And I don't, the inner signature doesn't change, I don't think, there. It compiles. Beautiful. Beautiful. We don't use that, yeah. So it's actually much simpler because we're not like extracting the arguments into the function anymore. But I didn't actually need to do any of that. I didn't need to make a reusable function at all because it's a lot simpler. I forgot that the for each in radius function signature was a bit different. Oh yeah, then I did it for the entire world. Right. But now we're spreading out the spawning throughout the entire world. Forgot I changed that. Okay. Yeah, it's a little laggy. A little laggy. Hello. Okay, for each process. Let me look, take a peek here. Yeah, the invoker processor is very bad now. Where is the aggro radius processor now, though? Oh, it's so low. Look at that. It's so small. Oh, it's so cute. So tiny. That's good. That's good. Tiny is good. Tiny is good. Thanks for the subs, guys. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. I hope you are. This is my game. This is my game. It's an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. And I am building an ECS, or refactoring an ECS system that I've had for a while. Here's the procedural terrain. This is the actual world that it'll take place in. The other level is just my test level, so I'm testing performance stuff, basically. I had to rewrite that for each in radius function. But yeah, there's the world. There's just one small section of the world here. One small section of the world. And every seed's different, so every world will be different. Lots of work to do, but that's just a brief little peek. Brief little peek at what I'm doing here. Okay, so that feels good. The for each in radius feels good. That I don't think is necessary. I'll just wait for that to bite me in the ass. Okay, so the for each in radius works there. We've rewritten that. These can be caused. Update that. Are we looking good here? Okay. So let's go to the invoker processor and think about how we would use a spatial data query, a spatial entity query for this. And thank you for the sub, James. Welcome in. Welcome in. So this is really bad. Oh, I wanted to change the return value of the for loop. Yeah. Brandon K, welcome in. Brand Inc, welcome. Okay, so yeah, the for each lambda, I guess, should return a value. I wonder, but that's going to be annoying because I don't want to have to like return a value every time, you know. Return a boolean for if it should break. Put our query builder back here. So essentially, we're going to have the... Wait, how do I get the return value from the function? Does apply after give me the return value? I'll just say fn return value. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I want to do, but I think returning true. It returns whether or not it should continue. Already found one invoker in range. Yeah, so we should return false here. Return true. Return false. Return true. I hope it would be nice if that just implicitly... Actually, no, hang on. I would like it to implicitly return false. And this is going to be the should break. I hope that implicitly returns false. I'll actually flip all these. True, false, true, false. It would be, because it would be nice to not have to... No. What if I did auto here? Is that, does that satisfy it? No. It's, variable cannot have the type void. How do I is there a way to optionally have... How do I inspect the return type? It would be nice to have an optional return value from the for each here. And I have the lambda traits and the type. Can I inspect the return type of this? This may be a question for AI. AI may be able to help me here quite a bit. What are we doing here? Working on a video game. Trying to do some variadic template metaprogramming for our query system, for our ECS. And I would like to optionally return a value. I would like this function to be variadic in its return value. So yeah, hang on. Let me do a little bit of prompting here. Let me see. I would like the lambda to be able to return I'll say to optionally return a boolean for whether it should break from the loop or not. Can we infer the return type, or can we not infer but deduce the return type from the past in lambda so that we don't have to return from every dot for each lambda? Okay, so we'll see what that cooks up. Coding is hard. Yeah. Depending on the coding, right? There's easier coding and harder coding for sure. But yeah, I want to like deduce the return value of this function, and then like optionally do that, essentially. And that way I can do things like this only when and where I need them. Update T lambda traits to return. Capture return type. Add this. Okay, I see. So we're gonna do this. It wanted me to add this. Okay, done. T return. Okay. And how do I actually like inspect that? Auto result. So I did auto result. It didn't like that. Let me see what we're doing here. What is this chunk of magic here? Oh, obviously define that. I don't know where it defined that. Oh, I should break out of all of the loops, out of the archetypal loops too, I think, right? Yeah, so we actually need to possibly define that here. How do I break out of all loops? Does break out of all loops? So return true, return if we should break. Yeah. Break from the inner loop. Wait, does break out of all loops? Hang on. I guess I would need to return here then. It doesn't. Okay, yeah, no, we would want to return. So actually, we don't need a, I don't think we need a, if, this is just saying if is Boolean. Okay, but then we use it as a Boolean there. I think that, does that work now? Does that compile? No, no it doesn't. No it does not. Result variable cannot have type void. Return statements, return true, return false. Yeah, so that didn't work, AI. You failed me. You have failed me. Okay, we'll paste in the error and see if it can fix itself. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing I did. I just thought maybe if you didn't use it as a bool, then maybe I can do, maybe we can do something like this, huh? Maybe we can do that, so we don't auto it, right? If it is a bool, well, then we'll have to apply it again. And I don't want to have to do that. Okay, undo that. Let me see. What do I think about VR world games? Not for me. Not for me. Lambda traits return type bool is same. Instead of decal type bool, okay. And I guess I could probably just do a if else here, right? And then just do, I'm going off script here. AI wants me to do something different here. Google. Does that compile? It's working. It's working. And that is not what the AI gave me. It gave me this part, and then the rest of it changed, and it's doing so much more actually. Which, yeah. Okay, that compiled. Hell yeah. Wow, I'm learning. I'm learning. Put that all over there. Let's see if it actually like works though. That's the next key crucial part. Compiling is just the one piece. Okay, we're spawning. Yeah, I need to fix that issue. When they spawn as actors, they just T-pose until I like walk out of range and walk back into range. See, now they're fine. Yeah, are we working? Are we cooking? We are. We are indeed cooking. Still quite laggy. Still quite laggy. Okay. Take a look at that. Let's take a look here. It's still very long. It's still very long. So do we even reach this? Like, do we even reach that? We do. Is it ever true? Let me see. Let me see if we ever get here. We do get here. It is true. So we are returning. What are we returning from? I mean, are we not so minimize that for a second. I should be breaking out of both loops here. We should be returning from the for each there, are we not? We already found an invoker in range. Return true, so that means break. We're just doing like a continue here, basically. Return false is a continue. It does not seem like we're breaking here. And most of the loop is the process entities in rate, which is, it's not an in radius, but not an in radius. So why isn't this as performant as it was? Why isn't this performant as it was in the past? I do get the result here. That result is correct. We are returning. Oh, you know what? It's because we're doing the... Hang on. Let's do the 2000 all in one place here. Change the spawner. So we're going to do them close together now. And that's going to be... I think that's going to be the real performance boost there. This one should be a bit better. That should be much smaller, I think. Okay, yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, that's why. So it actually got worse when the world was larger. When we were spreading them out. And that's because it couldn't find one close enough to it earlier in the loop. Which makes sense. That makes sense. That checks out. Oh yeah, look at that tiny boy. Look how tiny that is. 800 micro, it was like fucking 38 milliseconds down to fucking 800 microseconds. Yeah, oh yeah. Now we're cooking with fucking gas, boy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's because like it like when we're doing this nested iteration here, like there's just a ton of entities on top of each other. So it's like it's very likely the first entity it's checking, like they're all within each other's invoker radius, right? Like so it's like the first one it checks breaks. So this is essentially like free now. So now the problem is the large world scale, which is going to be the more likely one. So we solved it for this case. But now I think this is where we should start thinking about it is nice that we're doing the with none. That is nice. I should validate that though. How do I validate that? How do I validate that? I should, here, let's validate this for a second. So let's also grab F state tree entity data, or rather we'll grab faction entity data. So I'll know based on the faction which one, if it's correct or not. And we'll just start, we'll put a breakpoint in there and make sure, because I want to make sure this is the first time I've had with none, right? I should not be getting any entities whose faction is enemy, or rather, I should only be getting enemies here. That is enemy NPC, enemy NPC. I'm looking right here. Yeah, they're all enemies. They're all enemies. You know what? To really validate that, let's make sure if faction data dot faction name equals friendly NPC. Just throw a random log in here so I can breakpoint on it effectively. Run live coding. And if we hit that breakpoint, it's bad. If we don't hit that breakpoint, it works. It works. It works. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so that's dandy. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, so let's think about this invoker processor and how most we can make it efficient. So how the invoker system works is that I'm going to have some entities that are important that I want to run all the time. These are like your colonist entities, your colonists, potentially other colonists as well. There's also going to be enemies that are just kind of like, you know, just like wolves that wander around in the forest or something, right? Like I don't need to run those wolves all the time, but I do want them to come online if a colonist is within range, right? That's important. So those are kind of like the two types of entities that I have right now. And I guess there can also be an entity that like I want it to be online all the time, but I don't want it to invoke any generation. And so that would be like an invoker with a simulation radius of 0, right? But I could, that could be a bit more efficient. That could be a bit more efficient. But right now what I do is do a query over any entity that is not an invoker, that has a location, and then for each one of those entities, do another query for invokers. For invokers. Do another query for invokers and then check if we are within distance of that invoker. Now, I suppose I could swap these and do a spatial. Yeah, I think that's the better move for the large world case. Flip-flop these. Yeah. I like that. I like that. So let's actually... It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird for a second. Invoker entity, invoker location data, invoker data. So, and then we query over everyone. And see, I didn't have the with none here. And then we can do for each in radius, where we pass... Oh, this is so powerful! The power! Oh, I'm so happy I did this. Okay, I'm so happy this is working. So we're going to take the invoker location and the invoker simulation radius. And then I guess we'll still need to do like, if we want a... Depends on how coarse we want this. I don't actually necessarily need to do a distance check here, right? I could just leave it pretty coarse and make it dependent on the chunk that it's in. Because it's like I'm getting a square chunk when I do this for each in radius, and then I have to do the circular, you know, actual distance calculation, which is what happens here. But if I don't care that much and there's some leeway, right? Some sort of partitioning would probably boost the performance. That's exactly what I'm talking about right now. I have implemented it. Now I'm just using it here. But I never had a way to do with none here. That was the crucial key. I can specifically iterate over entities that do not have invoker settings, which is the powerful part. But yes, they are being spatially partitioned. But I'm talking about like, I could just leave it up to the grid, to deter, like, and it could be a little lossy, right? And not like super strict radius if I didn't care about that. And I could skip this entirely, right? I could skip that entirely. And instead this part, I would return false. I would return true, actually true here. No, false here. Or just return void there. Skip the rest of it, right? So move that out. And then this, as soon as we get here, I don't need the should add, because as soon as we get here, we're gonna break. Oh no, I do need the should add. But we just do that there, and if B should add at the end, this needs to be passed in from the outer scope. But see, I'm gonna have to duplicate. I'll be checking duplicates here, actually. I'll be checking duplicates here, actually. I could actually do two different spatial queries, one for the things that are turned on and one for the things that are turned off. And then I wouldn't need to do any duplication. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Let's make this work first. So this is on a per entity. Oh, but I guess I don't know. I won't know. I won't know if I've already hit an invoker that's turned it on or not. Do you use blue? Yes, I have some blueprints, yes. I see fellow programmer, I give like. Thank you for your like, Techno Viking Nick. I appreciate you. I need to do two different loops, actually. Can you tell me which language should I learn for making a game? Pick an engine that will tell you, that will answer your question. The engine will tell you what language you need to learn. What I'm trying to do is update my invoker processor for turning on and off entities when they become within proximity to another invoker. I'm trying to figure out like the best looping way to do it here with the query system that I have, doing like spatial queries and whatnot. And I need to like iterate over everything. And I'm trying to make sure that I don't like double check things and that I don't turn things off and on constantly. Actually, the first way actually was kind of nice that I did this. So I think kind of what I need to do two different loops, I think. Mentioned something used for baking vertex animation that was inside Unreal or something standalone. Thought about trying to bake in some. I can give you the tutorial I followed. Not tutorial, it's just like a video. I can give you this guy.
Path as the.
There you go. There's the link for how I did my VAT stuff. And he's got a couple different videos. He's got one for like what you need to change if you turn on Nanite on your ISMs and stuff like that. So check his channel for some other videos related to, just type in VAT in his search box and you'll find him. Anyways, yeah, I'm thinking I need to do an iteration over things that do have No, I'll end up double checking entities. Is there a way to do this without double checking entities potentially? So the first way I had the loop works better for if they're all in one location in the world. But doing the for each in radius doesn't necessarily work better for that. Because I'd have to double, because that would mean that the invoker entity is on the outer loop, which means that I would need to check. I couldn't do a break, and I'd have, yeah, this is an interesting problem here. And so if I did like a query of like with none f simulating entity tag, time last changed. So you'd have to store a time last changed for every entity. That's not the problem I'm trying to solve right now. I have time slicing. I will be using time slicing, but that's right now I'm just trying to figure out the order that I should be iterating over these entities in. That's efficient. Combining spatial data queries with exclusion queries without having to double check entities, and also not store data for when they were last checked. Because you have to picture each of these queries running on a per entity basis. So to store any data for an entity, I'd have to create more entity data types for that. It's not like I could just have a Boolean or not a Boolean, just like a variable, right? A little bit more complicated than that. And like I had it working fine before. Yeah, Gaps, I had it working before in such a way. But there are trade-offs to each approach that we're doing here. And the two different scenarios of running 2,000 entities all in one location where the spatial query doesn't help you at all. Iterating using the outer loop as the invokee loop and the inner loop as the invoker loop was more efficient because I could do the early returns and the early breaks. But in the other case where I have entities spread out throughout the world, they're all spread out, so that's where a spatial data query would help us. But to do a spatial data query, I need the invoker as the outer loop, where I actually have the radius of the invoker, such that I can do the spatial, radius check. But then in that case, I can't do an early return for an entity, like, because I'm iterating over each invoker instead of each invokee. I mean, I do iterate over each invokee, but then like I don't know, once I get to an invokee that is inside the invoker radius of an invoker and I get to the next invoker, I don't know if I've already touched that or not, right? I don't know how to say, I don't have a way to say like, hey, something that I haven't checked already. I have no way to say that with my query system, and that doesn't seem like something that would even be very efficient. I would have to add ad hoc entity data on every entity, which to do that means that changes the state of the world, and I have to do command buffers anyway. So I can't even do that while I'm looping over them, especially if I want to parallel process them. That's going to be a nightmare. But that is kind of not an option. Kind of not an option. Because of the archetypal query system plus parallel processing. If we want to run these on separate threads. Kib Games, welcome in. Can you tell me how I should progress? Well, you have to find what makes you progress. That is a personal question. That is all dependent on you as a person. So it's like maybe just double checking isn't that bad. Maybe. It's like which case do I want to optimize for? And them spread out in the world is going to be the more realistic case. So let's just try to naively write that and see how bad it is for the worst case scenario, maybe. But I do think maybe having 2 different loops cuts down on the duplication. I think I have to have 2 different loops because otherwise I don't know if I should remove or add data. It's just going to be like I could add data if it's within radius of one invoker, and then I'll get to another invoker that it's not within radius of. Although it's not going to return any that are within the radius. But then how would I get to any? How would I get to those that are not within my radius? Yes, but I can't figure it out. I mean, you got to push through that. You gotta figure out how to ask the right question. You gotta work on more projects. You gotta, however you learn best. Do you learn by doing? Do you learn by following tutorials? Do you learn by going, getting courses or YouTube videos or blog posts or whatever? It's really hard for me to find a way to progress any further right now. I'm fairly new and it's my first language. Yeah, you're gonna feel that. You're probably gonna feel that a lot. When you first, I felt that a lot when I was first programming too, but you gotta push through that. You gotta figure out how to learn. You gotta figure out how to teach yourself. And that's something only you can figure out. I can't tell you how you best learn, right? Can you give me some project ideas? No, because you wouldn't be that motivated to work on them because they would be my ideas and not yours. You got to come up with your own ideas that you're motivated to work on. You need to be intrinsically motivated, or else you will give up at some point. You got to look within yourself and figure out what you're passionate about. What sounds interesting to you. So anyways, I'm going to iterate over. I think there are going to be more that are not invoked than there are that are going to be invoked. So I should keep that in mind when I do I'm going to have to do 2 different queries here. Do you vibe code using cursor? No, this is not vibe coding using cursor. We're not looking at cursor right now. And I would be ashamed to be called a vibe coder. Yeah, I know, vibe coders. It's cringe. Yeah, cringe. Anyways, yeah. So I need to do 2 different queries here. So let me just spec out the other query real quick. So for each invoker, I need to query for spatial query. God, this is gonna be twice as. This is gonna be so much worse. This is gonna be so much worse for the worst case scenario. What are your thoughts on the Godot game engine? Haven't used it, so don't have many thoughts on it. I would pick it over Unity though, if I weren't using Unreal Engine. So I need to do... Do you use AI for subroutine? What is subroutine in that context? I do use AI sometimes. I just used it a little bit ago to help with some variadic template metaprogramming. So yeah, if I iterate over, I don't think I can do invokers as the outer loop without it being horribly unperformant. I think so. If my invocation radius is static, across the lifetime of the game, I can probably just look up what the largest invoker radius is, and then use that as my spatial data query radius with my invokee as the outer loop. That might be better. And then the inner loop would be the for each in radius, specifically looking for invokers. So the exclusion queries, like, I have to double check at some point. And like for the case where I have 2000 all within the same, you know, all within an invocation radius, like that's actually just going to make it, so that's going to make it exponentially worse, right? All I've done is traded which scenario is worse. So I think maybe if I treat my invoker radius as, and like if I didn't treat it as, if I wanted a dynamic invoker radius, I mean, I should still have some theoretical max, right? I should have some theoretical max, but let's say it's purely dynamic and I don't have that. I guess every loop of this, I would need to iterate over all the invokers and find the largest invoker radius, and then use that as my for each in radius. Let's use the term clanker lover instead of vibe coder. I can get behind that. As long as I'm not considered a clanker lover for using a AI every once in a while, you know. I don't let it hold my hand. I don't let it do things for me. But I use it every once in a while for inspiration or for some help on something that I'm not so familiar with. But that's pretty few and far between these days. Honestly, in most cases, it's just faster for me to write it myself. Still, I know that's surprising, but when you work on a large enough project that's opinionated enough, that's very mature, that, you know, has existed for fucking 10 years, or, you know, like anyone who's worked in enterprise software and is maintaining a product that's very old and has a lot of business logic and stuff like that, like trying to vibe code that just does not produce very good results. You know, the AI autocompletes are really nice. I'll use those all the time and I would hate to give those up, but vibe coding only works for things that are not opinionated or for projects that are not very mature. Thoughts on Chiefs versus Eagles? Hopefully it'll be a good game. Hopefully it'll be a good game. And hopefully the Chiefs don't suck ass and embarrass themselves on like they did in the Super Bowl. That's all I would like. I would like them to just do better than they did in the Super Bowl. They're saying vibe coding benefits stop after your SDE too. Well, I mean, that level is kind of arbitrary, first of all. But no, it's more so about what you're working on than it is about the level. Like, even if you're like a senior, you know, been coding for fucking 3 decades, like, standing up a prototype app is still going to be faster to vibe code that, right? But it's like, as soon as you need to actually do work on it and make opinionated changes with business logic, and the more and more you do that, the worse and worse vibe coding gets. So it's more so about the project that you're working on than it is about the skill level, I think. I've just been staring at this code, not writing anything for a while now. I'm gonna flip it back, and then we'll do the. Yeah. Okay. So we flipped it back. Invoker. No, invoker is on the inside. Invoker's on the inside. Invoker, I barely know her. Okay. Come on. Just smashing my face into Control Z. What are we at? 170 on the Control Z. Yeah, it's been one of those days. Been a very Control Z day. Okay. Okay, so now we're back to homeostasis here. So we're gonna do non-invokers on the outside, and then we want to do the for each in radius here. Yeah, and then we can just do that. Let me see here. Yeah, so then we want this to be like, I just know that the invoker, I know what the invoker max is, which is 10k. So let's just hard code that now for a moment and just see how much. I mean, that's not going to get any better for this case. Reach and radius. Why are you mad? Oh, right. Now we have to change the inner signature here. Why not use a physics engine for that? Because that is not very performant across thousands and thousands of entities, and it can't run on the background thread. And my entities do not have collision. This is my own, like, I'm essentially rewriting that, right? I am rewriting the physics and collision. Like, doing this is what collision engines do under the hood. They partition the world and they check for local collisions, right? What I am doing is effectively, in a different way, doing the same thing. It's not physics, it's collisions, really. And those systems do not have, an ECS focuses on cache locality. If you're not familiar with an ECS, whenever your processor grabs memory, it doesn't just grab the one piece of memory that you need, it grabs a whole cache line worth of memory. Which is like, grabbing memory from RAM is like going to the grocery store. It takes a while. You're not just gonna go to the grocery store for one thing, you're gonna grab multiple things. But for processors, you need to make sure that the data that you actually need is next to each other in memory. So that way you can benefit from it. Those physics systems, and if I use like the built-in Unreal Engine physics or collision or whatever, I couldn't do that. And if I needed to check for collisions or radiuses or thousands and thousands of entities, I need to focus on that cache locality principle, where I can just go to the pantry to grab something, which is infinitely faster than having to go to the grocery store to grab it. That is a million times more efficient in most cases. So that's what I have to do. That's why I have to kind of re-implement. That's why I can't move my entities around when they have collision on them, off the game thread, right? Any movements need to happen on the game thread if they have collision turned on. So instead, I rely on just geometry, just doing some math, whenever I need to check for collisions on projectiles and stuff like that. Or if I need to do a line trace against entities, I can do so with my spatially partitioned, my spatial data grid that I have. So I am effectively implementing the physics and collision or whatever, but I'm doing it in a way where cache locality is maintained. But anyways, I need to change this signature. This is F, archetype, entities in radius. You sound like you're pitching the idea for DoorDash? What? What? Where was my for each in radius, aggro radius? There it is, for each in radius. Archetypes. Okay, grab me that. Okay, so we need to pop that over there for each index in indices. I need to actually like look up the data here then. Already found one, so we return invoker data. Yeah, okay, so F invoker entity data. There we go. I think that can be const too. Yeah, const. Const F location entity data. Invoke. This should be invoker. Invoker location data. Okay. So this should effectively have no difference for the nearby, for the all-in-one spatial grid case. But it should do a lot better for the entire worldwide spawn case. I'm hoping. Okay, now we're just not even spawning any. Okay, we've done it. We've done something wrong. I have done something wrong. Let's yeah, I guess we never actually turn things on here. Let's run that again, and let's throw a breakpoint in here. What are our archetypes? We have entities and stuff here. We have indices. Archetype. With, so this is for invokers. We search for an invoker for each entity. Oh, did I turn all the invoker radius off? So am I the only invoker? There are a few spawned. What are my invoker radii here? Invoker, okay, so your radius is 0, but like my character radius is not 0, my player radius. Should be, right? Yeah, that's 10,000. Okay, where was my invoker processor? Yeah, so why am I not... Why am I guess I'm essentially not returning my player. I'm essentially not returning my player. If should add, we break. Or return, rather. Is return the move here? I wonder if I'm breaking out of this too early or something. Make some functions to organize that code. Oh, my brother in Christ, you do not understand how. You do not understand the ecosystem that I am working within. So first of all, it needs to be a lambda function that is important to the variadic template metaprogramming in C++. To do the entity queries with exclusions and for each in radius and radii. To do these queries that I've built, to do them with generic entity data types to match my archetypal query system, like I need a lambda function for that. so that, such that the template metaprogramming can understand generically what is passed in. If I made a function for that, it would not be able to derive the same information from the function without knowing what object the function is on, which is a luxury I don't have. All right, that would be writing a lot of code that is super unnecessary. And why don't I put the for loops into a function? Because I would just be creating a lot of boilerplate functions at that point. And I would need to pass in a lot of things into those functions. And import a lot of types into my classes. Are we actually running this? Some of these have like 9, 10 different types passed in. Do you want a function with 10 parameters on it? Because I don't. I think I'm returning too early here, which is another thing that would be abstracted by nested functions. Yeah, I mean, like, so for instance, here's one that has like a ton, like all of these data types passed in are generic variadic templated parameters, which would mean like all of the, like I do have some functions in here, right? Like this one is a function, this is a more complicated one, but it's like you see how much I have to pass into each function. It's just kind of a pain in the ass to write and maintain that code and to jump around in the code so much. So it's just a trade-off. And I know in like a normal enterprise kind of ecosystem, smaller functions is the norm, but in game dev, at least from what I've seen in the Unreal Engine source code, having long functions is just kind of par for the course. Like that's long functions or nested functions. Like the Unreal Engine source code is actually infringes on that way more than I do. Functions create overhead and slows down code. I mean, really only virtual functions have a meaningful impact on that. I don't think just non-overridden like there is the VLOOKUP table where if you are calling a virtual function, it has to find the right function on the right class. But I think if you're just calling a regular function that's non-virtual, it's pretty, I don't think it has any considerable overhead. But anyways, yeah, why am I not getting here? I should be getting to some invokers here. I mean, I don't know. Can I find my player in here? Is this my player? It's so hard to look up the data here. I think this is my player. Yeah, there's my player. So we're there. We're here. Oh, it's because we return false from inside the inner one, right? Oh yeah, no, these should be continues. These should be continues. These ones should. God, that's fucking complicated. Okay, and then we shouldn't return there. Oh, God, it wants to return. It wants a return though. So, okay, we do have to return false there at the end. Because this lambda can optionally return a boolean. It can return boolean or it can return void. It's getting complicated. It's getting complicated. Some game dev, welcome in. Welcome. Okay, I think a lot are about to pop online now. Yep, there they are. There they are. Okay, so it seems the spatial query may have quite a bit of overhead, or I'm not breaking optimally. Dude, I think Unity is easier to get into than UE. UE seems like a lot. It is, yeah. I think people generally say that UE has a steeper learning curve, yeah. I think it depends on your goals. You know, what kind of game are you making? You know, what do you value? Can I have my cursor, please? Thank you. I can tell you why I chose Unreal and why I wouldn't choose Unity. If I didn't do Unreal, I probably would do Godot. Yeah, so we're actually taking way longer and not returning optimally, I think, here. But I chose Unreal because a few reasons. One, like the pricing model is just way better than Unity's. After there was a whole debacle, I don't know if you're aware, but like Unity's pricing model, they just like kind of rug pulled people on it, and they made some really bad decisions. And so the pricing model is just bad. They went back on it now, but it's just kind of like the water is sour now. They've set the precedent that they can change it at any time, and retroactively change it at that as well. So it's like people who kind of thought that the pricing model was going to be one way, they're like, nope, we're changing it on you. And it's like, well, we've already like made our game in this. Like, they don't let you stick with the old deal, right? And so for that reason, I just don't want to, you know, I do want to release a game someday. So, you know, the pricing model is a consideration for me. But, you know, this is just hobby time stuff, so that's not like the biggest consideration. Another one is source code access. Like, I can't imagine trying to make a game without access to the source code. Like, you don't get that in Unity unless you pay big bucks for it, like thousands of dollars for like the pro license or whatever it is. So you straight up cannot debug the engine. You cannot figure out how the engine works unless you're paying thousands of dollars every year, which is fucking stupid. I can't imagine trying to make a game like that. And on top of that, Unreal Engine has blueprints, which are, you know, the visual scripting language. So that's very nice. It's very nice to have that option. I don't like blueprints. Like, I much prefer writing code. It's a lot more organized, right? But I do like having the option for blueprints for some things. Like, I do all my UI in blueprints. You know, typically the flow is like you make your base core functionality in C++, or anything performant needs to go in C++. And then you have your blueprints for like your designers to kind of tinker with it, to change some values. You know, it's a very nice interface to use. And if I ever work with people someday, they won't necessarily need to know how to code, to write code, because they can use the visual scripting language. And a lot of people know it. And a lot of people use Unreal Engine for that reason. I also see Unreal Engine as being closer to the cutting edge of game development than any other engine out there. So I want to be a part of that. Those are the main reasons I chose Unreal Engine. Yeah. And the rendering is pretty good. It's pretty good. The rendering pipeline for Unreal Engine is probably better than any other engine out there to use for free, right? And the Unreal Engine pricing model is quite generous, right? 5% after 1 million. I mean, that's very nice. That's very nice. So if I didn't use Unreal Engine, I would use Godot. I would not use Unity. But I have heard that Unity is easier to get into, but it's because it provides less to you, right? You have to re-implement a lot of things that Unreal Engine has probably already implemented. Now, the trade-off is you have to learn about those systems and do things in specific ways. But it is C++, so you can write whatever you want. And I've rewritten a lot of Unreal Engine systems myself, so. Having no access to source code is terrible, especially for debugging. Yeah, like being able to set a breakpoint in the engine and be like, hey, what's happening right now? Like, that's invaluable. It's invaluable. Tomorrow is my physics exam. Gonna be fail. Get off YouTube Shorts, you fucker. What are you doing? Why are you on YouTube Shorts if you're gonna fail your exam tomorrow? You know what you deserve? That's what you deserve for that. Go study. Unity was humbled in a way that they cannot make the same mistake, and now their new pricing model was only applicable to the then upcoming, now released version. Oh, really? So they did? I thought there was something where they retroactively changed it for people. I mean, it was a long time ago, so I don't remember the details of it. I just remember, yeah, I don't want to work in Unity, like, because they make bad business decisions, right? They're just making bad business decisions that are not in game developers' best interest. And that's all I needed to know. I was watching a tutorial and saw you live, so I came to say hello. Okay, you said hello, hello back. Now go study. Anyways, yeah, so this is not returning properly. Oh, I didn't add it to the for each in radius. Duh. Okay. Now I get a... Now I'm the dumb one. Okay, so now I need the lambda traits thing. Now I need that. Ugly nested code. Yes, I've already addressed it. Wait, no, but there's only I'm not iterating over this anymore. So wait, this doesn't even fucking matter. The continue. This doesn't even fucking matter. No, this doesn't matter. Yeah, someone who says ugly nested code has clearly not worked in game dev before. That is par for the course in this ecosystem. And yeah, I don't like it much either, but it's you kind of got to do what you got to do. It's either ugly nested code or ugly function with 10 parameters. Which would you choose? With a bunch of indirection rather than having it having a higher locality of behavior. So yeah, I get that it's uggo. I don't disagree, but I think the alternative is even more uggo. I haven't, it's true, yeah. You should take a peek at the Unreal Engine source code. They have no line limits either. So they will have a line of code that literally goes off the edge of your fucking screen. And their functions are quite long. Or ugly frame rate and pretty code, yeah. Or yeah, it's unperformant, yeah. Ugly code performs well, yeah. So yeah, okay, so this isn't even a looped function, so... Returning should do the trick here. Returning should do the trick here. Return false does nothing. I don't even need return a value. I just need return in general. Yeah. So wait, why doesn't this work? Why isn't this... I mean, it works. I mean, functionally it works, but performantly it doesn't, and we should be breaking out of it. We should be breaking out of it. The for each in radius. There shouldn't be that much overhead to the for each in radius either. Should I do Unity or UE5? I can't tell you what you should do. You have to make that decision for yourself based on what your goals are and what you value in a game engine. If I sat here and told you what to do, That would be a very disingenuous thing for me to do, and you shouldn't listen to me if I did that. You shouldn't listen to people who speak in absolutes. There are very few cases where I will do that. One of them is Rider is better than Visual Studio. that is one absolute I will always say. Yeah, I don't think it's doing it still. Yeah, it's still we have very long. We're still having very long queries here. Yeah, we're not breaking very much, are we? Yeah, it is entirely taken up by this process here. When we skip this is each loop in here is an entity. When we continue, why does this not seem to fucking return here? I guess this is also only called once. Why do you continue in one case and return in the other two? So when I return, we've already found that we are within the invocation radius of an invoker. So I don't need to check anything else, right? I'm just continuing here because we have an invoker with a radius of 0. We don't need to consider this invoker. We can continue to the next one. If I found an invoker that we were within radius in, I don't need to check if I'm within radius of any other ones, because I know I should be rendered. But I feel like I'm not, am I just like not, I mean, they're getting added. Or each in radius. Why is this so much slower? If I am returning, and I know I am because they're getting rendered. We are returning at some point. Honestly, I could just like, I don't need to do this outside of the loop here, but it doesn't change anything. This one doesn't matter anymore because I'm not doing a... I'm not... for the for each and radius, it only gets called once. For the other for each, this for each gets called multiple times with each, you know, entity or whatever. That actually... That never actually happens, I don't think. You know, why would it? How would that ever happen? Because we return as soon as we find one. We return as soon as we find one. Yeah, what is going on here? Is this loop really just that inefficient? Let me put a trace CPU profiler event scope. Let me throw in process entities in radius loop. We'll see how that shows up on the radar. Okay, let's trace. Give me a hot trace here. It's so laggy, it's so bad. Okay, let's see what that looks like now. Did it get? It got worse. Why? Wait. Why did it get worse? Did that return actually do something? Wait, is that all just from... Is that all just from the loop that I'm doing here? Oh yeah, the contains. That is going to be... Oh yeah, I never actually did the equality operator either. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, okay. So do I iterate over each archetype first or each coord first? I wouldn't need to do the contains check there, and then I could just do what? Get the chunks. I think I should make this into a set. I think I should make that into a set. And then I think I should add an equality operator on here. So yeah, that's gonna slow it down. Yeah, sure, just give me the default here, but really I just want component types. Wait, what is ID? Wait, is it already hashed? It's already hashed. Yeah, just do that. Where do I assign that at? I didn't realize I was doing that. Huh, yeah. Yeah, okay, so let's do the type hash as well. No, I will provide it myself, and we will just return ID for arc. ID dot what? Hash? Yeah, there we go. I think you should check your should add variable outside both for loops and return early without even looping. But I can't return early without looping. And I return as soon as I find one. So there is some overhead to the for each in radius query that I'm trying to address at the moment. And honestly, is it okay if I do this in a T-set? I mean, I'm going to iterate over it anyway. I don't know how poor performance is going to be. Cast record, okay, T-set, make that a T-set. New record, matching archetypes, T-set. Okay, so that should get a bit better. Yeah, I don't even need a should add variable anymore. I don't even need this anymore. Or no, I guess I need it. Yeah, I do need it actually. I do need it actually. Because I need to know once we've gotten through all of them. But yeah, we return as soon as it sets to true. So, and for each in radius, this function only gets called once, rather than like this function gets called multiple times. So it would make sense that early return made sense outside the loop before. Now it doesn't because this only gets called once. Oh yeah, that needs to be T set. Let's try that again. Yeah, before the for each was called multiple times for each archetype, but for the for each in radius, Like I have to give it the like the whole point is to not iterate over the entire archetype and just to iterate over a subset of its indices. So I have to, like, the payload's different for this one. I think there was it seemed like at least half of the overhead was actually just from the query process itself, not the actual iteration. So I think I might have helped that with using a constant time lookup. I hope, at least. And I hope that didn't degrade performance on my other ones, because iterating over a T-set is slower. But, you know, you can add and remove at constant time, so for that reason. For that reason, I'm in. Are we good, bro? No, we're still cooking. Okay. What are you programming? It's a video game. It's a video game. Doing some game dev. Yeah, I mean, maybe it just was the... Maybe it just was the query. I don't know, that's surprising to me. If it was just the query, that's surprising to me. It's still pretty slow, I can feel it. Even during spawning, that's usually quite slow anyways. Oh Jesus, I have so many of these open. My God, I feel like it got worse. Look at that. Look how much time is taken up right here. So that didn't even, like, that is how much time happens before we actually start looping. It's like half the fucking time. Process entities in radius. For each in radius. Why does that take so much fucking time? Okay, let's dig into that. Okay, how many chunks do we have here? 125. 125 chunks to check. This wasn't usually this slow though. We have 12 archetypes. Is this really that unperformant? Wait, where did my... Okay, let's do this instead. that there. One change I want to make. There's one change I want to make. So it's like I know the time in between this trace and this trace. Because if it's that much time to just figure out which entities are within a radius. I mean, I was planning on time slicing this anyway, but like this is so unfucking performant. And why is it so much more unperformant than just doing a for each? Like I might as well just do the, I mean, we'll see if this is better for the large scale case. Yeah, let's do the large scale case or the large world case and see if it's any better for that. And it's weird because like the what is it? The aggro radius processor is not that bad. Ooh, hang on. Aggro radius processor. Iterate out entities. It is actually that fucking bad. There's a lot of overhead there. There's a lot of overhead there. Yeah, I mean, most of the loop is taken up by calculating the chunks. I mean, if I did larger chunks, I suppose it would be a bit better, but like, goddamn, that's a lot. I don't think it used to be. I really need to check the 3D. Yeah, for the real world, yeah, because the real world has caves and stuff. So yes, I will. Yeah, let's do the large. I mean, is it even any better for the large world case? Okay, so we're at, yeah, this is, it's not even better for the large world case. So it's not that much different from the for each and radius I was doing. I mean, I'll have to go back and check some old ones, maybe. Why is game laggy? Because I'm running 2,000 guys. It's actually worse for the large world case as well. Let me go back to one of yesterday's traces. I want to say it was like this one. Let me look at the for each. Yeah, look how little overhead there is in this one. So I'm doing something wrong for sure. This part's the exact same. No, something's wrong here. Something's wrong. Has all components. I mean, let's like make this super fine grained. So let's do this. Let's figure out what exactly is taking so long. I bet it. I guarantee you it's this part down here. We're gonna do for each and radius. This is chunks to check. That's probably super fucking fast. Let's throw one in here. We'll see how long this function takes to run. And then I guess, yeah, just this is the last, this is the part, right? This is the, what do we call this? I'll just name it this. Okay, so let's rebuild that. Let's rebuild that. And we'll see. It's 100% this. But like, I guess, yeah, it's 100% that. So I don't even know why. Why am I bothering? Why am I bothering? So we have the contains find or add, and we append. It's the same thing. It's the same thing I was doing, I think, for the most part. We iterate over the chunks to check. Will demo of the game be released? Maybe like 10, 11 years, probably. I am not I am not doing a shipping build to do the testing here. I'm not gonna make a shipping build every time I change a line of code. Yes, this is in editor profiling. Yes, I understand that it's not the same as how the production code would run. I'm just using it for relation. For relation. In relation to how the changes before performed. I have not made other games before, no. Okay, give me a few traces here. I just need a few frames. Oh, it's chunks to check? What? Okay, that's a surprise. Okay, well, glad I did that. What on earth? Why is that taking so long? Is it because I'm accessing the it's not on the subsystem anymore? Gaps, I mean, yeah, that would help, but the thing is, this isn't running the same as it was before. So I'm not going to do that, because that's just a band-aid on what the actual problem is, which is this is not running the same as before. I'm going to make a function for this. Let's put this in a function on the subsystem. Where should this go? Where is the location one? Location one's on here somewhere, right? We should put it next to that. This is what returns T array of F int vector get chunks to check. Yes, do that. Make it void. Out chunks F vector origin float radius. Okay. Chunks to check. Okay. Now let's, I mean, I don't know like why that would have been so bad, honestly. Get chunks to check. Subsystem. Get chunks to check. Chunks to check. Origin. Radius. Radius. And then we can put this in here now. Okay. If the game takes 10 years to make, is it even worth it? Do you think I'm doing this do you think I would be doing this if I didn't enjoy doing it? Like, I just enjoy doing this. I enjoy working on it. It's not always about getting something released or making money or whatever. Sometimes you can just do things for fun. And it doesn't matter if someone beats you to market or if it never comes out, because you enjoy doing it. Okay, now if this is still slow, it did not used to be this slow by any means. It did not used to be this slow. And I was also memeing about it taking 10 years. Okay, so yeah, what were we rocking? Like 35 nano? Is that microseconds? That's microseconds. Yeah. The radius is the in this case the radius of the invoker. Let me go back to. We're gonna go back to this case. Okay, we're still spawning. Okay, we're still spawning. No, we're done spawning. I think it's running marginally better, but still not like it was before. Okay, so we shaved off a few microseconds there, but like, why does that take so long now, though? Like, okay, we'll put a fucking scope trace on each piece of this then. And like the rate, like we're only iterating over 5 chunks in each direction. I guess I could reserve. We could reserve this. Reserve radius in chunks. Is there an F math cubed? I know there's a square, but is there like a cube? Cube's the value. Cool. Yeah, that's what we would want. Which is the right one? There we go. That is slightly better, but it's so weird. I wasn't doing that before, and it was running a million times better. No, I was doing the exact same thing. I just think potentially matching entities part is also a big part of it. Yeah, I understand about game dev and stuff. The point is I was doing the same thing before and it was not running this poorly. So I'm not looking for like that kind of a solution at the moment. And this is for a finite array as well. So I'm trying to figure out why this is running differently when it should be running the same as it was before. Where is... Oh god, I have so many in here. Open the folder. Actually, open the session browser. Where is... I think it was this one. Oh Jesus, I have so many open. Yeah, so the overhead on this one is about 10 microseconds. I mean, I'll go, let's, I guess, compare it with some other ones as well, just to make sure. Yeah, the overhead, yeah, about 10 microseconds again. Yeah, about the same. What is a colony sim? Colony simulator game. It's a genre. Yeah, it's running like 3 times as slow now. Why is that? Why is that? So here's the old code. No, this is the old code. No, that's not even the right one. Here we go. 4H and radius. Jesus. This is how it was happening before, which is pretty much the same thing. But that is now happening much slower. And I thought it would have had to do, because this existed on the subsystem itself, whereas now it's being ran from not the subsystem. I thought there may have been like a cache locality aspect to it, which is why I then put it into a function on here. And it's like the whole thing, actually the whole thing took so much less. Like, it's so crazy how much less performant it is. What's cache locality? So in an ECS system, the point of an ECS system, yeah, it's a finite array, so it shouldn't, I wouldn't have thought it mattered, but something is mattering here. Something is mattering here. I mean, it doesn't matter what the radius is. It matters what the chunks is, which is 5. The number is 5. So there's 125 chunks in this array. So it should not make a difference. But it doesn't matter what the number is. None of that matters, because it specifically just runs fucking differently. Even though it's the same. But anyways, cache locality, like in an ECS system, the whole point of writing the ECS system is to focus on cache locality. Like when your processor needs to grab something from RAM, that's like going to the grocery store. It takes a while to go to the grocery store. It has a local cache. Your processor has a local cache, L1, L2 cache, stuff like that. That's like your pantry. So you go to the grocery store, you don't just buy one thing, you grab multiple things, and then you put it in your pantry. So like, if your processor has the information in its local cache, that is like so much faster. It is so much faster than having to go to RAM and grab that memory. And so when it goes to RAM to grab memory, it doesn't just grab the one piece of memory you need, it grabs a whole cache line, which is I think it's like 64 bytes in most processors, but it'll grab 64 bytes of memory next to the memory that you need. And so what you try to do is that you try to pack your entity data and arrays together in such a way that they can benefit from that. And then when you do the iteration, it's super fast because every time you go grab from cache, you're grabbing the next thing that you need anyway. So you can just go to your pantry for the next iteration. And that like I said, it's so much more faster. More faster, yes, to do that. And I thought that like because we were using a pointer from within the entity query builder class to get things like the chunk size and call the like location of chunk chord, I thought that like that would be, you know, there would be some locality, cache locality concerns with specifically grabbing this chunk size from cache. But, you know, I moved it onto here and it didn't make a difference because this is where it was before, so. And also, my comparison also included this code, which ran a million fucking times better as well than what I have now. Let's try to like maybe step through the code a little bit. I don't know, maybe it's doing more than it needs to or something. For each in radius. For each chunk chord in chunks to check. Subsystem spatial. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe the lookup here is a little bit extra as well. Yeah, well, I can't really incrementally change it. Like, this is kind of an all or nothing change for this is a complete query system rewrite. So it's not like a, there was only one change that happened, and that was changing this function. So there's no incremental part I can really do here. Like anytime I see a pointer, I think, okay, this may be a cache locality concern. This is only happening once. For each and maybe I should just move this function back onto the, let's move it back onto the subsystem. To see here. How would I do that? For each and radius. I would need to pass in the description. Commented out. Everything is commented out. What are you talking about? I need to pass it a lot here. Yeah, that type def I need to move over. Comment that out as well. Okay. This is now U entity subsystem base for each and radius. Create that declaration. I will need to add a parameter here, which is, I believe, the description. So scope name, F query builder, description. Shit, and then this would need to be a forward. Is it not query disk? Oh, F query description. Yeah. I think we can just do const ref. For each in radius. Where are you, man? Did I put it in the wrong spot? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. For each in radius ran once per frame. Oh no, it ran much more than that. It ran much more than that. It ran 2,000 times in a frame. Okay, so now actually we need to go back and change the, fuck, we need to change both of them now. Shit, okay. the query with all, so I need to like auto desk. It's gonna be kind of annoying to do this, but subsystem for each and radius. And pass in the desk there. Okay. Why are you mad? Oh, this is the query builder, so I have to do builder.desk, I presume. Description. Oh, wait, is it fucking private? It is. Okay, so we're gonna make it public for a second, just to test this. You said to go with the query system? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to finagle right now. Auto builder. And then we go subsystem pointer for each and radius. Then we go builder dot description. Okay. Can we rebuild here? Uh-oh. Needed a comma. Needed a comma. Okay. Okay. Hard-coded 10,000 looks saucy. It's just for testing. I'm just trying to test and see if that's an applicable way to solve the problem. And then I will not hard-code it anymore. Once I verify that that's actually what I want to do. Oh, I was already tracing. What? What? Oh, is it because it's 10,000 and it's just getting more? I mean, yeah, so wait, it's not 5. Oh my god, it's not 5, it's more. But still, it's still running so fucking slow. It's still running so fucking slow. Potentially matching entities. I don't think iterating over chunks to check. It's literally just more performant to not do the radius. It's literally just more performant to not do that. I mean, we can check, like, I think I can just, can I change this at runtime and be fine? Change it to 5, I mean, like, oh god, it's angry. It's angry, yeah, no, we can't do that at runtime. It's like increasing the chunk size also just like Clearing takes time too, though. Like, yeah, I mean, I could reuse an array and just like keep it allocated or whatever, but could even T inline the array. Yeah, it's number of entities plus number of chunks equals bad. Oh, did I update the fucking... No, I didn't. Okay, hang on. Undo that. Ignore that one. Change it to 5,000. Not 55,000, 5,000. I mean, but like for this is like such an exceptional case, right? Like this case is not going to happen. So of course this one's going to run way better. So yeah, of course that runs better. But now it's like for all my small scale AoE abilities or whatever that will need to use the same spatial data, like I guess this is where like an oct tree would come in handy. And I did say that I wanted to time slice it. Dude, it's at 20 milliseconds instead of like 120. Let's try the large scale case here. I am intentionally doing this with the debug game. I'm not trying to measure actual performance, actual production performance. $11 milliseconds. That's still like. Okay, large scale, going back down to 2,000. It's so crazy how much substantially worse that is. And dude, maintaining an oct tree for these entities would just be such a pain. That would be such a pain. I don't even know, dude, that's so much worse. That's so crazy how much worse that is. That is so crazy. Yeah, this is where I really need to think about which cases I want to optimize for and which ones I shouldn't optimize for. So before, when I wrote my invoker processor, I did really good at the worst case scenario. I handled really fucking well. Really well. Like the worst case scenario being there's 2,000 entities basically all within the same radius of each other. That would not need to check any terrain chunks, or not terrain chunks, any that would not need to check any entity chunks, basically, because I wasn't doing the for each and radius, and I would just return basically on the first entity it found. So that was super fast. When they're all stacked on top of each other, it took like 2 milliseconds. What then it was really bad at was the large world scale, where they're all spread out around the world, because then it couldn't find one very quickly that it was within the radius of, and I had to iterate over a lot. Hey, super chat, thank you, I appreciate you, man. Does a query run every frame? Could you optimize it to only run when an entity check is needed? Well, the running every frame part is a necessary part. I will be time slicing it. The problem is not when to run the query, it's the query itself. How to optimize the query itself. So, like, kind of the point of the ECS system is you're writing things that run basically every frame for the most part. Yesterday I did time slicing, so I will be, you know, splitting. Like, I don't need to check the radius every frame, right? But it will run every frame, just not on every entity every frame. I have this really clever entity time slicing that I do, where I can make sure that every entity gets updated within a specified amount of time, right? So I will be running it as only when it's needed, as in, like, I will only be running it every X frames for an entity, right? It'll still run every frame, but an entity will only get checked. Like, I can probably get away with, like, I don't need to turn an entity on or off with anything more than, like, anything less than like a second latency. So I can time slice this processor and just make sure how much, and that'll make sure I already have it like built into work and everything. I'm saving that for the end though, when I'm happy with it, because it makes it hard to compare performance when it's time sliced. But I'll probably do something like, you know, make sure every entity checks whether or not it's supposed to get turned on every second. Well, I mean, the point of this array also, like, I mean, I'll move it to a static array, but like this for each and radius happens for multiple processors, so it's not always the same array, right? I guess I could cache it with the origin and radius. I would have to make a cache for the chunks with the origin and radius. And so I would have to, I could cache the chunks, basically. That would be a better version. Like, rather than doing what you guys are saying, where it's like create a reusable array, I would probably just create a cache for it. We should make a get chunks to check cache. So let's do this. Let's throw a little T-map in here of like T-pair. The key is going to be a T-pair of, or it could just be a T-tuple, but T-pair is fair enough, of F vector, which is origin, and float is radius. Well, no, because the origin is different. No, because the origin's different for every single entity. I can't even cache it. Can't even cache it. No, the origin's different for every single entity. I mean, yeah, I'll try just reusing the T-array of F int vector. We'll see how much reusing actually helps here. Chunks to check. Also, if I parallel process, I can't reuse this array. Even it has to be a different array. So I can't do that. We have to make a new array every time. So we can't do that. so yeah, that doesn't work. Let me catch up on chat here. I don't know why you keep the local array and pushing I to it and allocating memory 2,000 times per frame. Well, I mean, I guess everything I just described, but what you're describing as the worst case scenario is not the worst case if your issue is iterating chunks. I don't know what that was in reference to. 2,000 entities isn't even that much. Okay, well, cool. It is when you're doing a nested loop. It is. Keep array always in memory. Clear it. This is the first thing you should do in performance critical parts of the code. No dynamic allocation, deallocation every frame. But the thing is, it is dynamic. It has to be dynamic. This is a dynamic problem that we're solving. Like, this is not, I'm not getting the same chunks for the same entity every frame. They move around. They move chunks. Like, I have to recalculate it. for every entity, because every entity is in a different location. Aren't the entities always in scope? Why would an array make any difference unless you're saying to use the array like a pseudo index? I don't understand what that is in reference to. Do whatever but avoid dynamic memory every frame. I mean, I don't think that's possible, because the only alternative is to make a fucking cache that is the size of the number of entities that I have. And then that I just have like how much memory allocated for that the entire time. I mean, I don't know, that seems unreasonable to have a like however many number of entities I have. I'm just gonna time slicing is the answer here. Time slicing is the answer here. And like I was speaking on like the parallel processing, like I can't just have a reusable one. I could right now because it's all in the game thread, but I'm kicking the parallel processing is the easy part, right? Yes, make a pool. I mean, yeah, I don't think the pool is very, very realistic. The pool would have to be the size of the number of entities. The array is being reserved. I reserved the array up front now. That did help a bit. It did help a bit. But I understand this is still resizing the array. It's just doing it all in one step rather than every add. This does it makes it the size here. There's the tooltip. Reserves memory such that the array can contain at least number. Now what I could do is I could make this a T inline allocator, and that might help, but like I still don't know, like I'd have to like make a decision on what I would want to support, right? So I would have to pick a T inline allocator that's like the max size potentially. Then this would need to be like a T array view or something. T array view, it could be like T inline allocator, and then like how many elements would I want? I'm sure there's some way to dynamically to do some variadic programming here, but like I don't like 125 or something, like whatever, like 10,000 divided by chunk size 2,000 cubed times 5 times 5. So was it only one? Wait, hang on. It was 10,000. We divide that by chunk size, which was 2,000. Just 5. Yeah, so it was only 125. So if I just do 125 as my inline allocated number, we'll just fucking hard code it. No, we'll do T array view. It's probably what I should do. I guess you can't reserve with a T array view. Wait, why can't I can't add either? What functions are on a T array view? I've not used these very much, but this is the kind of case that would help. You can't edit, you can't, oh right, you can't modify a T array view. Okay, so that's kind of fucking out the window. We have to pass in the T inline allocator. We have to hard code the, and there probably is some sort of templated metaprogramming you can do here. Hello? Okay. So we'll need to change that there. Chunks to check. That might be better. That might be a bit better. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, let me catch up here. At what point do you multi-thread since the query results are iterated sequentially? I'm not doing it yet, but I will be using like parallel for. Make a pool, use a vector, return at the end, reuse memory. The problem is that the chunks array grows when you put, okay, I already addressed that. I am going to parallel process that. So you say, if you parallel process, you cannot use a static array, but if you're not parallel processing right now, you can at least try to, I mean, I know I'm not going to not do parallel processing, so I'm not even going to try to optimize in a world where that's not the case. I'm not trying to fix it like right now, like. For 2000 entities, the likelihood that multi-threading will help is fairly low. That's not true. Just breaking out the array into thread pools will probably take longer. If you don't run 2000 threads for each entity, you push chunks, call a function, and done, return it back to the pool for the next entity. I mean, the problem is... How do I say this? How do I say this? First of all, let's just see if this works. The problem is it's going to be parallel processed. So it's like I'm going to have something in there, and then the array is going to change for every entity. It is going to probably get a different origin, a different location, stuff like that. Like, I understand I could pre-allocate memory in pools and stuff. I guess it would be per thread. I don't think that's going to help that much. I don't think that's going to help that much. I guess maybe it could. Maybe it could. I think the inline allocation is probably a better way to do it. That is what it's built for. I mean, that helped maybe like 5 microseconds. Did that actually capture it, though? It's so hard to tell if this is actually doing the inline allocation or not. Look at this comment that never got finished. Oh, no, here it is. Okay. Let's see here. You make it static, you check if it's better, you reverse it, and now you have more knowledge. I mean, I think it's safe to assume. I don't think I need to check that. I mean, try the pool. I mean, for the chunks to check the pool, inline allocate it in. God, making a pool for this feels so annoying. Okay, well, in any case, then this would want to return. It would want to return by ref. I didn't name my... What is that? Stop that. Go away. What happened here? Okay, so... Chunks to check. Can you resolve now? Oh, no. You need the return type. Okay. We'll just inline define that. Okay. That's a nasty looking function. Just because something is common doesn't mean it's not annoying to have to do. Or something, you know, so simple. Like calculating chunks to check. Okay. Make a fucking pool that is keyed by, what, a thread ID? What do I want to do here? It would be very nice to just have one per thread and just give it a thread ID. That would be nice. Although it would also be nice to just like have it automatically grow and not grow. I guess I just need like what's which ones are checked out, right? It could just be an array plus a counter as well. Allocating memory per function call isn't more annoying. Well, I mean, in terms of performance, sure, but in terms of like actually writing the fucking implementation, it's just a simple list. But yeah, how do you grab from the list, right? Like, or unless you're saying move temp out of the list each time. But you're saying modify the list that it exists in. Yeah, maybe we'll drop the T inline allocator. We'll see. So you wanna move the memory around though. Like that's, you want to do move semantics here. Does pop exist? Why doesn't pop exist? So you want to move temp. With a thread safe container. Oh, Jesus. What even would that be in? It'd have to be a TQ at that point. It'd have to be a TQ. Oh, because this is const. Okay, so that can't even be, it can't be const now. The DQ. Let me look at this. It does do a move, okay. So I guess I wouldn't want to return then. I wouldn't want to return then. But actually put that back. Put that back. Oh my god, and another super chat, my dude. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, man. I'm not sure how multi-threading on a small entity count with small workload could help at all without amortizing overhead via task batches ahead of time unless there's something happening. Are you asking about why I am doing parallel processing? And your conjecture is that it's not worth it for 2,000 entities? Is that what we're saying here? And I guess, like, why wouldn't multi-threading help? Like parallel processing is a dramatic improvement. Would be a dramatic improvement. Out chunks. And thank you for the subs, guy. Unless there's some optimization happening behind the scenes. Yeah, Jeff, I'm not sure, like, why do you think, I mean, am I right in what you're trying to ask about? You're trying to ask why parallel processing helps at all? Because you say small entity count and small workload, and 2,000 entities is not a small entity count or a small workload, when all of them have like full-fledged state trees and pathfinding and combat, and you know, they're checking aggro radiuses, they're checking, you know, invocation radiuses, they're doing representation processing. I rewrote velocity, my own like velocity and gravity into it and stuff like that. Yeah, so I don't fully understand like what your question is, I guess is suffice to say. Then we can still reserve memory, I think. I think we still reserve here. I think we still reserve there. If DQ, or rather, it's like if we don't DQ, then I would want to add another one. Then I guess I need like a return to fucking return to cache or whatever. Return chunks to check, passing in this thing again. Okay, so then in this case we would just do a out chunks. I mean, we just do nothing. Actually, we do nothing in that case. But rather, it's just like, this just doesn't do anything if it's not there, right? Okay, yeah, we just return false. So we can just do this. I hate that DQ the data structure and DQ the verb are two different things. What is the DQ data structure? That's not one I've heard of. Okay, yeah, return this thingy. So let's go chunks to check cache dot enqueue chunks, and then does that do a move temp? This should maybe be our value. Although, does that even work? Double-ended queue. Yeah, I've not had the pleasure of encountering a double-ended queue. That's an interesting concept. What problem does that solve? Like when would you use a double-ended queue? I'm sure there's some, you know, when you want to move from both sides inward. I can't come up with a reason in my head as for why. Why? Like when would I need that? Let me see here. What am I reading? I went blank there for a second. So, new node item. We're not doing the move semantics here. Okay, it can take in the R value. When you need to have stack and queue operations with the same structure, right? But I'm thinking of like, what's the actual case for that, right? Like what's the problem that needs to be solved? Okay, so that does take an R value. Does InQ can take an R value as well. Okay, so move semantics are fuzzy. So can I move, do I move temp here? Move temp returns the R value, right? Yes. Okay. And so what are you saying to me? Why are you saying that to me? Return chunks to check of this type. I am passing in. Oh, right. It's because it's the R. Yeah. Passing the ref. There we go. Okay. And why are you mad? Must have return type. Oh, duh. I got rid of that. Okay, chunks to check. TQ. If we return it, we just enqueue it back and move it. Okay, but now I have to do the return actually now. Return chunks to check. Okay, question mark? Does it matter if I reserve every time or not? No, I mean it just checks if it's already bigger, so that's probably pretty light. Probably doesn't matter all that much. Okay. If you have a cache that mostly cares about the last few elements pushed, but also wants to invalidate the oldest entries, you can use a DQ. Why is that different from an LRU cache? If I'm understanding correctly, and I may not be. Isn't that an LRU cache? Or is an LRU cache a double-ended queue? Okay. Let's see if I did this right. What are we doing? Large scale? Oh my god, it's so fucking laggy. Okay, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Yeah, there's way too much in there. There's way too much in there. Oh, because I'm not clearing the fucking chunks, duh. Okay, stop that. I'm not clearing the fucking chunks. And I want to do reset, right? Because I don't want to change the allocations, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. But doesn't, well, no, I should just probably reset, we can do reset, keeping in the amount. Let's do it there instead. That makes it a bit more clear. That makes it a bit more clear. You could implement an LRU cache as one, but if you use a typical LRU implementation, then you usually get O of 1 random access in exchange for O of n invalidation. A DQ implementation would have poor random access, but faster access to recently published items and faster invalidation. Use Java inversion script like a normal person. Okay, buddy. But unimodular, is that true? Because like the whole point of an LRU cache is that it's supposed to... I literally implemented one not that long ago. For the, I did some PCG point serialization subsystem things. Because like the LRU cache, you know, gets rid of the least recently used object whenever the new one comes in. So how would the double-ended queue have faster access to recently published items than the LRU cache would? Ow, fuck. Yeah, Java not for game dev. Java not for game dev. Yeah, and I don't even understand the underlying implementation of a DQ, so. Okay, yeah, this isn't absolutely abhorrent now. This isn't that much better. I think it is slightly better. It wouldn't be an algorithmic improvement, but you save yourself the hashing and probing / chaining. Yeah, that didn't turn out much better. Are my move semantics wrong? My move semantics are probably wrong. Does this need to be an R value here? Because your arrays aren't large, DQ won't provide much. Well, it's supposed to be a pool. It's supposed to be a pool. Which DQ is this using? It's using the ref one, but it's move. It does do a move temp. Can't you just use stack array? I mean, does it make a difference in this context? Because the point of using the queue was to be thread safe. Sure, let's do the static one now then. Sure, we'll do the static one. But yeah, the point of the queue is not to use it as a queue, but more so just to make it thread safe, because the TQ is a thread safe container. But I don't know, I think my move semantics are a little off here. I think maybe this needs to be an R value, although I'm not sure what... The DQ doesn't take an R value. I'm not sure what I would need to do there to like... It does do the move temp inside. But I'm still fuzzy on move semantics. We're using the DQ for batching to amortize threads. Genuinely, 2,000 entities is too small for threads to make a difference. I mean, you can look at the, like, this is how much work needs to be done on each frame. It takes 100 milliseconds for all 2,000 entities. Like, I mean, maybe you're just not used to the game dev or something, but like we need to get that down to under 16 milliseconds, right? And so splitting this section of work, everything inside process entities here, which is about 100 milliseconds, like doing parallel processing on that is a huge performance gain. And I would understand, I usually do like web dev or like, you know, enterprise dev where like 100 milliseconds is super low latency for like anything, you know, any kind of, you know, that's totally fine. That's totally fine in the web dev world. So it doesn't seem like that much, but in game dev, you need your loop to be like, your game frame to be down under 16 milliseconds. So yeah. So yeah, like, it's small in terms of like, not if you're not thinking about like frame rate, you know, because it's not just iterate over 1,000 things, right? It's a bit more, or 2,000 things. It's a bit more complicated than that. There's a bit more overhead there. I mean, even this isn't even that much better. This isn't that much better. I don't think any of them were any different. I don't think any of them were any different, actually. A good call on trying the static version out, actually. Should have listened to that sooner, probably. Yeah, it's still about 30 microseconds. And I mean, I can even like, yeah, it's still slow. It's still slow. But we can throw some like, get chunks to check, reset, rest, reset. And then I'll throw a scope in here as well for add. And we can inspect even closer, like what part is taking up the most time. God, it's still, hang on, let me rerun that, because that felt even worse. Okay. Okay, we're at 2,000. I don't know why it's, yeah, the frame rate, I mean, it does say that this seems slower. It seems so much slower now, actually. Okay. When will you wear wigs? Maybe. I think my computer is just giving up on me here. Wow, it's okay, so the scope traces actually like kind of have some impact. Yeah, I mean look how much space there is in between. Like there's just doing the loop is most of it. Just doing the loop is most of it. I mean, half of it, not most of it. I mean, I don't know. Like the add, I guess, is. I wonder if we specifically did a. Instead of reset, we'll do set num. Set num. And then We can do an assignment. I don't know. That probably is not going to be any better. I mean, well, I actually have no idea what the performance difference would be in this case. And I guess just like, I guess it doesn't really fucking matter what the index is. So this might be a slower, actually. We'll see. I mean, I would rather increase the chunk size than... Okay, alright, chill. I would rather increase the chunk size than have to do all this, like, pooling and shit. Oh, I have so many of these open. That's why my computer hates me. Okay. But that's I started to talk about this, and I think I trailed off and got distracted, but like I have to think about which scenarios I want to optimize for, right? And like that one could time slice very easily, so these are really just like super minor things I'm optimizing for here, but like, do I want to optimize for the large scale case? Okay, I set num. What is counter here? What radius and chunk? 5 times 5 times 5. What? I would increasing the chunk size help because I would have to iterate over less chunks. Like this radius in chunks would be, this loop would be, we would just be doing this loop less. Yeah. Do I need to add another 5 to this? Because we're inclusive? What is radius in chunks, 2? No, oh no, radius in chunks is 5. Oh. So we actually, we're actually doing way more than this. Oh, we're actually doing way more than this. It's 125 times 125. So it's actually 15,000 chunks. Am I understanding that right? Because it's 5 in both directions. It's 5. So it's actually 11 times 11 times 11. I was not thinking straight, was I? So you'd process the same entities fewer times? No, just I have to check less, because like this whole thing is like partitioning the world into a grid, so that when I do entity queries that are spatial in nature, where it's like I only need to check entities that are nearby another entity. I would actually, increasing the radius of the chunks or increasing the size of the chunks would make me iterate over more entities, but less chunks. So there's a middle, for every radius that I iterate, there is a middle ground somewhere that is the most performant. So set num, actually, that's not enough. So yeah, no wonder that wasn't, hang on, let's do this. Go back to reserve and add. Yeah, I was thinking in terms of diameter, not radius. That was wrong. So we need to multiply this by itself. Because it's radius. Or I guess I could do radius times 2. Make that actually a little simpler. Times 2 plus 1 for the 0. So maybe this might actually be substantially faster. We'll see. Because like I was only getting like, we were having to allocate memory every fucking loop actually. Basically, I mean, for only 125, which was like, I need like 13,000, which is like kind of crazy. 10,000. Maybe my just figuring out which chunks to iterate over logic needs to be a lot better. Okay, this is super fucking slow as well. Why is this so bad? The out chunk should be the same, so like reserving that every time is not that big of a deal. So can you avoid this problem entirely? Could you allocate entities for some radius plus a delta and only update the entities when you move past that delta? Yeah, but I would have to know. I would have to. I still have to check that, right? I still have to check if they've moved in some way. In somewhere, I would have to do that. But that doesn't. That would be an optimization elsewhere. That wouldn't really necessarily be an optimization in terms of the number of chunks that we need to check for a spatial query. We would still need to check the same number of chunks, regardless of how much the entities have moved. But I do think like just the spatial chunk figuring out can be a lot more. Like I don't need to do the entire radius, right? Like there's like, especially with like the larger the chunks are, the more, I guess, misses. I don't know what I want. The more extra work I'm going to be doing. So I could do a better job of figuring out which chunks I need to check, I think. You can have a quad tree instead of fixed size chunks that will balance out the entities and number of maps, but it will not necessarily be an improvement. So yeah, so we're going, radius and chunks is 5. I wonder if I should maintain a list of like chunks that actually have any entities in them or something. I mean, like I have this spatial grid, and I think I forget. Maybe I'll check right now. I remove from this when there's no entities in it, right? Yeah, because I reset it every frame. Yeah, so like I could probably just check if we could do something like, let's do this. F int vector chunk chord equals yes that chunk chord. I could say something like if spatial grid contains the chunk coordinates. I mean, maybe, I'm doing this anyway at some point, right? Chunk chord. I'm doing this anyway with the find later. So I don't know if does this actually help? I don't know if this actually helps. Because I still have to iterate, like, yeah, I don't know if that actually helps. Because I'm doing that here anyway, so that probably doesn't really help. So, optimizations, one of my Python devs implemented a blocking queue on our WebSocket audio, caused the entire app to lock up when there were no messages from the client. That's it. Hey, if it runs great if it's not doing anything. Hey, it happens. It happens. Yeah, what did I do here that caused this to be like astronomically slow? Am I not reserving the right number? And also reserve should be very fast after the first time. So I'm just reusing it for like, maybe it's the inline allocate. Let's take the inline allocation thing off of it here. Putting them on the heap. Put it on the heap. Okay, let's try that again. Ultimately, time slicing is just what's going to save me here. Because like this is like one that just, how often would you need to check if you need to turn on an entity? I mean, once every second means that I'm going to have like 60 frames It's going to split out 2,000 entities across 60 frames. So that time sliced work, and it's, what was it at its worst that we saw? 60, 70 milliseconds, like, so it's gonna be 1 millisecond per frame. Like, this is actually like not a huge deal when you put it in perspective like that. When you time slice it plus parallel processing, it's just not a big deal. But the nested loops are gonna be interesting to parallel process. I will need some specific things there. I will need to probably do either mutexes or just maybe those ones can't parallel process. What was I testing? I totally forgot what I was even gonna do here. Oh, I removed the inline out. Oh, because yeah, why did it run slow after I added the reserve for the proper amount? Are we still running slow as balls? Yes. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Okay, just stop that. That's so slow. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, okay, thank you. Why is that running so slow? I mean, I understand this is a big number. $11 times 11 times 11. Fuck it. Do I hard code this? Why is it? Is it still trying to create new memory every frame? Jeff Gordon said power potion for 500. Wait, what is that? What did you do, Jeff? A potion to recover from my noob. They weren't noob questions. They were. I mean, trust me. On YouTube Shorts, you don't exactly have a whole lot of competition. There's a lot of much worse questions. But your questions were quite insightful. What did you do? What is that? Sent power potion for 500 joules. I don't even know what to do with that. Oh, is that the new gifting thing that they put in? Is that the new... How do you even do that? Interesting. I can't see that on mine. You're my top fan right now, though, so thank you. But yeah, I appreciate your support today, man. I appreciate it. It's roughly $5. Well, thank you for your $5. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you quite a bit. We're $5 closer to getting this game made. So I'm wondering, this chunks to check. Do I need to move temp or something here? Like, I feel like this is not working as I'm expecting it to. Let's take it out of the parameter. Let's take it out of the parameter. Out chunks now becomes chunks to check. Am I crazy, or should reserve not do it once it's already allocated? For rule generation, is that something that UE5 provides, or do I need to download a tool for that? Are you talking about procedural generation? My procedural generation I did myself. It's my own system. But like you can, there is a built-in like landscape system in Unreal Engine that you can use to hand make a terrain. But I mean, the answer is all of the above. You can do it yourself. You can download tools for it, and there's also some built-in stuff in the engine. I'm not sure what kind of world generation you're talking about, though. Okay, is this still slow? Yeah, I mean, it's ungodly slow. Okay, comment out the reserve. Oh, I'm not resetting. Oh, I'm not resetting. That was the issue. That was the issue. There we go. Now it's better. I was like, let's get rid of all this stuff. No, I just needed to call reset instead of reserve. Okay. It's still slow, but now it's not ungodly slow. This does feel slower. This does feel slower. Why does this feel slower? Like if I'm gonna reserve everything up front. Why is this slower? Remember you specifying different seed and it generated a world for you. Yeah, that's all my own. I wrote all that code myself. It's not, I don't even know if I'd call it a tool. It's like it's like a whole algorithm. Bro, this is even slower. God, it was even slower reserving the memory up front. So yeah, the contains made it even slower there, actually. Potentially. We'll see if it was the contains or the... Okay, it did run better without it, slightly. Ever so slightly. So yeah, for procedural generation, procedurally generated terrain, Unreal Engine doesn't really have anything in terms of the generation built in. So yeah, if you wanted something out of the box, you would have to find something. Still so bad. If I take the new size, take the size out of it, just reset it. Hello there. Welcome in. So why isn't reserve any more efficient? It should be. I need Dr. Elliot in here. Wait, yeah, why did that get worse? I'm so confused. Also, should I in place here instead? Maybe I should in place. It was empty, but doesn't change memory allocations unless the new size is larger than the current array. I mean, yeah, I guess the destructors is really like reusing the arrays is not great. It's actually like the performance I'm saving is actually just taken up by like resetting all of the values in it. I think is what I'm finding out. So I could do a... I wonder if I could check if the index is valid and then just like put it in the index. Well, then I still need to clear all the ones off the end. Now, there's not a great way to do this actually. The pooling doesn't actually help that. I mean, I suppose all the performance benefit we would get from pooling is actually just kind of like matched by like having to construct and destruct individual elements at that point. But I guess you could find a better way to do that slightly. But when these chunks to check arrays are going to be different sizes for different processors, like it's going to be different potentially every time it gets accessed, which is 2,000 times a frame right now. Over 2,000 times a frame. And so I bet this is actually like having to call the destructors and stuff on the fint vector, like which I'm sure is a trivial operation on its own. I wonder if I should just like hash it or something, you know? I don't know. I don't know if this is worth continuing to trying to find performance benefits to this. Because like I said, if you split this across like a second, it runs really fast. And if you split this across frames, or across threads rather, even faster. Like, don't know if it's worth trying to... I don't know if it's worth trying to, you know, performance improve this that much. I mean, I think there is a little bit of performance on the table, but I feel like the effort that I'd have to go through to get it is actually kind of annoying. Because I'm gonna have to like make sure I lop off the end of one of these arrays if it has too many elements in it. And then I'm gonna have to check in here, like, if the index is valid or something. And honestly, at this point, it's just taking more... At a chunk size of 2,000, it's just taking more than just a raw iteration over the entities because of how many lookups I'm having to do. So I thought a chunk size of 2,000 would be nice because like a lot of my abilities are like 3,000 in distance is like the max range of an ability. Over like traces and AoE abilities and stuff like that, I thought 2,000 would be nice. Still 16 milliseconds. Okay, and if I don't do the for each in radius... Well, let me keep that one pulled up. Let me keep the latest one pulled up. And a chunk size of 5,000 can run in 16 milliseconds. But if I don't do that... And I need to change that back as well. Oh, I don't want to change all this back right now. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so it may be time for a break. But if I just do I just wanted to see what happened if I just did a regular for each. Like, is it even, I feel like it's not even worth it to do this for each in radius at this point. Because there's just so many chunks to iterate over. I should probably check it for the aggro radius. I mean, I thought the aggro radius had a pretty substantial performance benefit when I changed it. Maybe I can find one from before. I feel like it was taking like 30-ish milliseconds, you know? And yeah, it's slowing down the aggro processor now too. The aggro radius processor. I think I just need to maybe take a step back and think about the overall approach to the in radius thing and maybe be a little smarter about it. Maybe I should, here, how about this? How about hang on, undo. I'm gonna try one more thing before I hop off. One more thing before I hop off. How about instead of iterating over this here, what if we iterated over the spatial grid keys? And checked if it was in the radius. Would that be faster? Because then that would skip any chunk that doesn't exist, but just by default. But then I would need to do the distance check, basically. And it would be to the center unless I added half size. I mean, I can try it. I don't know if that's actually going to be any more performance. And honestly, when I have a large world, that's gonna be a bigger list. That's gonna be even bigger. So yeah, that's not going to help for that case. Man, there's like, oh man, I hate that there's so many trade-offs here. I hate that there's so many trade-offs to make. One of my favorite songs on here. Yeah, just going larger chunks. I mean, is this just the sweet spot, the middle ground? Should we just play around? Should we just play around with how big these are? Where is it? Okay, let's go 7,500. I think this is slightly slower. I think this is slightly slower. Oh, I was still spawning at that point. Yeah, this is actually slightly slower now. That's actually slightly slower. So I did, it was 5,000? Is 4,000 fast? If I go under 5,000. Oh shit, I did it again. Okay, rebuild. Oh my god, what did I click? Oh, I clicked Discord. Stop that. Okay, change that. Okay, it is at 4,000. Is that faster than 5,000? No, this doesn't seem fast. 5,000 actually might have just been the sweet spot. I might have actually already accidentally hit the sweet spot. Which, it does make sense that it would be the half size of whatever radius I'm going for. So yeah, that's worse. And 5,000 was like so much better. That's crazy. 6,000? Go 6,000. Fuck. Ah, fuck. I keep changing it at runtime. Yeah, you can share your website. That's fine. I appreciate you asking. Yeah, it's just not cool. Like, someone came in yesterday and was just like, copy and pasted their like video game 5 times in a row. Like, that's not that's not respectful at all. And literally never seen their name before either, so that's a lot different than someone asking you about what you're working on. Yeah, I've got some tinkering to do, it seems. I've got some tinkering to do. This one's okay. I still think, yeah, I guess it would make sense that the half size of the radius would be the most efficient chunk size. Yeah, 16. I mean, 6,000 to 5,000, it wasn't that big of a difference. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for me today. I think that's gonna be it for me today. I'm happy with the query refactor. I am happy with that. So I think I will commit that part of it. The query system is better. I'm not so happy with the for each in radius. It seems like barely worth it, really. And I'm thinking that there may be a better way to do it. I think there may be a better way to do it. I'm thinking maybe, because like, I did have one implementation of the spatial grid where I put the grid inside each archetype. So each archetype maintained its own spatial grid. And I'm wondering, in a world where like not every chunk is gonna have every archetype in it, that might be more efficient, question mark? I don't know. It's so hard to tell. And it's not like these are trivial changes to test out real quick. You know, like it would actually require me to change the system altogether. So that's frustrating. So that's a little difficult. And then the I was hoping that these would be a hell of a lot more efficient. So yeah, I'm gonna do some more thinking about that. Let's see if anyone's online that we can raid here. Do we do Cavino again? Send the YouTubers over there. Start that raid. Gotta set up I gotta set these up, hang on. Okay. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Jeff, I appreciate your support today. Good to have you here. Yeah, good to talk through these problems with some other people who know what they're talking about and not just typical YouTube shortsers. So that was nice. But I think we found that it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if you pool them or not. The performance is coming one way or another. To use Manhattan distance as first pass before doing the actual distance. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll have to check that out. But yeah, we tried the pooling, we tried the static. It ended up being not that much different. And maybe I was doing move semantics a little bit wrong there, but yeah, I don't know. It's just like we're doing a lot of work for some of these things. But yeah, until next time, hopefully I'll be on tomorrow and see some of you all tomorrow morning. So yeah, hope you guys have a